lifted it into right field for the third out. So Paolo again able to work his way out of a pretty significant jam, but not before Malone tacks on another run. 3-0 now for the Pioneers as we enter the bottom of the third. We'll be right back.
Malone scores one in the top of the third inning, increasing their lead to 3-0. Charger fans, stop by Underdog Sliders, Spirits, and Sports inside the Hillsdale Market House. Enjoy amazing food and drinks, and come watch Charger and professional sports on one of their 12.
Welcome back to sunny Glendon Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Malone leading 3-0 in the first game of this twin bill. This one's scheduled for 9 innings. We got a 7-inning game coming up after that. Chargers looking to rally a little bit here. Malone's been swinging the bats well, and they've been able to get on top here. Chargers bringing Nolan Copens back up for his second at-bat of the game. Freshman from Northville. He was able to draw a walk in the first inning in his first appearance. Chargers were that got runners at first and second. Chargers weren't able to drive them in. However, Chargers have had a lot of base runners already today. Just not quite finding those clutch hits yet to kind of bring those guys in. We'll see if Copens can get things started for Hillsdale. Phelps on the mound for Malone. Delivers the pitch. That was a low. Ball one. Copens is playing a big role as a freshman for the Chargers, kind of really coming on strong. Swing and a miss there. Had a big cut at it. Couldn't quite line it up. I think we said with Copens, he's got eight extra base. 15 of his 15 hits, 8 are for extra bases. Took a brave ball there. That looked like it was pretty close to the corner, but Copens correctly identified that was not in the zone. Goes ahead 2-1. Just high. 3-1 now. Remember, Copens walked in that first inning. Ball outside and a little bit high, and Copens is on. He's reaching for the second time today, both on walks, and bringing up Will Lehman here. Lehman flied out to second base, kind of hit no man's land. One of 2 plays Gumano, the second baseman for Malone, has made today in that area. Ball outside. Phelps has that. I guess I would call it a slider. That just kind of tails off, looks like a strike, and the Chargers have been bit by that a couple times today. Strike on the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Strike again. And Phelps had a little bit of command issue in the first inning. You can tell he's kind of dialing it in a little bit now. I'm sure the lead helps and just kind of being able to get warmed up. But hits the ball straight to the shortstop, and that's going to be a double play. 6-4-3 Good execution by Malone to cash that in. And now we go from Chargers having a runner on, no outs, to 2 outs, nobody on, and Tyler Sowers up. Ball low to Sowers to start things off. Sowers struck out swinging his first time up to end the first inning. We said he's caught fire a little bit here. Hits a towering fly ball. Just a little too high. And the center fielder is able to get under it for out number 3. He got a hold of that one, but couldn't keep it down for a line drive. We'll take a quick break here. We'll be right back in a few seconds. Welcome back. We're entering the top of the 4th here with Malone up to bat, leading 3-0 on the Chargers in today's home opener for Hillsdale. Just kind of taking a look around the other games going on right now in the league. Ashland at Walsh up 6-2 in the top of the 7th. That game got rolling at noon, so they're a little ahead of ours. Another game that's moving pretty fast in the bottom of the 7th. Cedarville up 4-3 on Lake Erie. We're locked in here though on we're locked up here in the top of the 4th. Palo back out for the Chargers. Again, today has been a little bit of an adventure for him, but he's managed to get out of a couple jams and kind of keep the Chargers in striking distance so far. First pitch fouled off by Robert Gumano, the number 9 hitter for the Chargers, number 9 hitter for the Pioneers, I mean. Fouls off the second one. Very similar location of the pitch, very similar result. And Powell's gotten ahead 0-2. Another hit into right field, just past the second baseman. Another good piece of hitting for the Pioneers. Now up to 7 hits on the day. And that's really good for Gumano to turn that lineup over, knowing what he's got come up at the plate. Get a runner in scoring position. So I get a runner on for Colin and Shane Koblenz. It's a foul ball. That went a mile. Luckily, it did not stay in the park. Luckily, did not stay fair. Looking at Gumano, not an insane base stealer, just a 2 ball outside, 2 stolen bases on the season, but he has successfully stolen on both his attempts. So I don't think, especially with the way Powell's been picking off, he's likely to go, but he does have some speed there. He wants to. Fouls it off here, Colin Koblenz. Koblenz is 1 for 1 on the day. He reached on a single in the first, was retired on the bases on a pickoff. Ropes that one into right field. And now Malone has runners at first and second. They're just really hitting the ball well this entire game, making good contact and kind of put it in play. And again, like, only one extra base hit so far. But, like, when everybody's hitting like this, or sorry, two extra base hits so far, I should say. When everybody's hitting like this, you don't necessarily need that extra base power to score runs. If you can just kind of keep the rally going. Another well-hit ball, this time by Shane Koblenz, dropping into right center, and that is going to be a stand-up double and score. Gumano, 4-0. 4-0 for Malone, and runners at second and third, no outs. So this could be a big inning for the Pioneers. Chargers are going to have to get a handle on this, and quickly, with Zach Root back up to bat. He's 1 for 2 so far on the day. Ball outside. And a big cut, but no contact as Powell pushes it past him. That was a nice fastball to get the 1-1 count. Strike 2. And yeah, this is another critical juncture for Paolo here. He's been able to work his way out of a couple jams in this game, just trying to get outs, keep the lead from growing too much. Got a piece of it, goes foul down the right field line. Might have been lucky that went foul. That was well hit. Lehman maybe could have gotten it and stepped on the base for an out. That would have probably scored a run though. Root might still have taken that outcome, but it's 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Oh, nice high heat. Big hack from Root, but to no avail. And that's a nice strikeout. 21 here. Tyna back up. He's also 1 for 1 on this game. He's got a walk and a single in his two plate appearances. Hits that hard. That's deep. Not going to clear the fence, but it's going to go off the wall, and that's going to be another double for Malone, and that's going to score 2. 6-0 now, Malone. And you can feel offensively the dam is starting to break as the Pioneers, they've been threatening every single inning, and with 10 hits now, feels like they're starting to kind of the chipping away they've done early on in the game is really starting to pay fruit. It's Alvarez up now, takes a ball inside. Ball low. Looks like Alvarez thought hard about swinging at that, but wisely chose not to. Ahead 2-0 now. Big fly ball. That's deep. That's going to be at the fence. Again, just not out, but drops off the wall. That's going to be another double. Alvarez's second double of the day, scores Tyna, and it's now 7-0 Malone. Alvarez had a double to the right center fence about the 370 mark, and then one opposite field to 370 on the other side. So got 2 hits, and now we're going to have a mound visit here. Tom Vasella coming out, the manager for the Chargers. He in his 5th season and recently, just this past weekend against Thomas More, picked up his 100th career coaching victory. We're going to discuss this here, try and figure out what the best move is for the Chargers in a situation that's starting to get a little bit out of hand. Especially with Hillsdale's offense. Anything is possible. But definitely a 7-0 deficit, very difficult to come back from. And you do not want to let this stretch any further if you can help it if you're the Chargers. Paolo will stay in. Rafe Bonifay up for the right fielder. He is one of only 2 Malone players without a hit today. Fouls that one off. He's been retired both times he's been up. And with 1 out, 1 strike, lays off that pitch, misses the corner on the outside and the low. Strike 2. And again, you got that strikeout earlier in the inning. In these situations, strikeouts are about the best kind of out you can ask for. We'll see if we can get another one here. It looks like, did that go off the bat? He's giving him the base. Or no, he called it foul. He's calling it foul. Foul ball. It was hard to tell where he was at from this angle, whether that went off the bat or that was that hit him. Malone coach Tom Crank gonna talk about that. Just trying to figure out, just trying to argue his case. Whether that went off the end of the bat or just clipped the hand. Those plays can be tough to make. Crank asking for an appeal for the out in the field umpire running the bases to try and see if he saw something the home plate umpire didn't, and he did. So they're going to give him. They're going to give him first. Evidently, they felt that did hit the hand. Now Vassell is going to come out, ask for clarification there. It's a big juncture for the Chargers in terms of that could have been second out. Now you've got still 1 out and runners at first and second with Doran Mass coming up here for the Pioneers. And if it goes off any part of the bat, that's a foul ball. But if it clipped his hand, then it's a hit by pitch. He gets the base. So that's kind of the discussion there. And umpires after conference have decided that it did clip his hand. And Mass fouls off the first pitch to the right and out of play. Chops that ball just foul down the right field line. So Paolo ahead, 0-2. Trying to see if he can get himself out of this situation with holding it at a 7-0 deficit. Ball high. 1-2. Not a bad waste pitch there. Just trying to see if he can get him to chase, maybe get an easy strikeout. Going back to work, still ahead. Fouls that off into the bullpen on the right field line. Mass staying alive and working this count. Ball outside 2-2. Oh, and he hit him. It's a back-to-back hit batters, and that one was a no-doubter. And now that looks like it might be all for Palo. Tough day for the junior. He worked his way out of jams in the second and third innings. Had a good first inning. Just kind of the luck ran out for him here in the fourth. And we are going to be bringing on, see the number here, 29, Colin Lang, sophomore from North Olmsted, Ohio, and St. Ignatius. Will be taking over for the Chargers, looking to hold this, the bases loaded, one out, looking to kind of hold this lead where it's at. This is Lang's fifth appearance as a reliever for the Chargers. 8.59 ERA. He's got 4 strikeouts, only giving up a 136 batting average. So, you know, he can really be effective. He can really be effective if he's kind of keeping it in the zone. But he has those 15 walks. So he's one of those guys that's really essential for him. Well, it's really essential for any pitcher to throw strikes, but especially given some of the outs he's been able to get when he's kept it in the zone. You know, this whole inning, started with back-to-back singles, then a double to right center by Koblenz. Zachary struck out swinging, and then 2 more doubles, scored 3 runs. So really 3 doubles, 5 total hits. 2 hit by pitches, and Malone just playing well offensively today. Really making great contact. 11 hits to this point, and just kind of making the most of what they're getting offensively. You know, kind of what we expected from them, from a team that was batting .322 coming into the game. And now Charlie Roberts will come up looking to do we have a pinch run? I'm trying to think we're having a coaching meeting here. Trying to see if there's maybe a change or something. Not entirely sure what that was about, but it looks like it's been resolved. So we're getting back in action here. Charlie Roberts up to bat, and again, he is still looking for his first hit today, but a real chance to really bust this one wide open. Ball inside for Lang's first pitch. Lang trying to do a big job here, get a ball on the ground to the shortstop or the second baseman. Try and get 2. Ball high and get out of the inning, or at least getting out somewhere. Strike on the inside. Just caught the corner there. 2-1 count. And Roberts batting 8th. He's just hitting 270 on the year, but strike 2. But this is a big chance to really improve his average and make a huge contribution to the outcome of this game. Remember, there is a 10-run mercy rule after 7 complete. Strike 3. Fanned him for a really, really nice pitch by Lang in a really critical situation to get that second out. That's his 5th strikeout on the year. And that's a big one for the Chargers with the bottom of the order coming up. Robert Gumano. Gumano's been playing well today. He's got 2 hits already. One of them an RBI. Ball away. Malone hoping Gumano stays hot here. Puts a couple more runs on the board. Ball high, especially because if he can reach, you are back to the top of the order. And again, Colin Koblenz, who is 2 for 2 today. Ball. So that's a 3-0 count now, and now Lang really has to dig in with these bases loaded. There is nowhere to put Gumano. That would be a run scored. So Lang has to try to come all the way back here. Yeah, but that's a nice strike. Straight down the heart of the plate. Make it 3-1 count. Exactly what he needed in that situation. Fouls it off. Out of play into the right. 3-2 count, full count now. And a chance for Lang to get out of this inning. And that's a ball. That will walk in a run. Alvarez scores. Bases remain loaded. 8-0 Malone. And Colin Koblenz coming up here. Already 2 for 2 on the day. 324. And the scary thing here, 6 home runs on the season. So that's not a guy you want to be facing with the bases loaded. Oh, and he hit him. And that will drive in another run for Malone. That looks like Petak scored. Must have been a pinch runner there for Bonifay. So he may be coming into play right field here, but that makes it 9-0 Malone. Ball low. Chargers is trying to get out of this inning any way they can. Grounder, and that's fair, and that's down the left field line all the way to the fence. And that's going to score 3 runs. Koblenz is in with a stand-up double and clears the bases. And it's 12-0 Malone now. And that is Shane Koblenz's second hit of the day, his second, third, and fourth RBIs, second double. And Malone is in control right now. Looking to add with Zach Root back up, third baseman. He's 1 for 3 today. Got another RBI opportunity out there with Koblenz at second. Strike on the inside. So that's 2 strikes now. Lang just 1 pitch away from getting out of this difficult inning. Strikes him out. Unfortunately for the Chargers, the damage was done as Malone puts up 9 to take a 12-0 lead here. Major work for Hillsdale to do as they come back up to bat in the bottom of the 4th. We'll be right back in a second here. Welcome back to Glendale Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field, where Malone has really seized control of this first game of today's twin bill. Now up 12-0 after a 9-run 4th inning. We do have one change out here. Ethan Pitak, who pinch ran for Bonifay in the top of that inning, is going to be staying in right field. Number 20 out there. And Jackson Phelps still on the mound for Malone. And he's gotten a lot of run support today. 12 runs already. Always feels good as a pitcher when you get that. But he's been really solid himself. Only given up 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. Had a few walks, 3 walks. But he's managed to work his way out of jams and kind of keep it going. That's been what Malone has needed today. And looking to kind of keep rolling here and keep this one going. Tyler Turner up for the Chargers. Had a nice, as Hillsdale's only hit on the day, a nice single over the first baseman's head that dropped in right field. We'll see if he can kind of keep that going and get Hillsdale started. They need offense in the worst way and quickly here. Ball low. Swing and a miss. Phelps has been, I don't know if I'd call it effectively wild or just effective. He has more balls than strikes in this game, but he's worked the counts well. He's kept the Chargers off balance. Throwing outside the zone can be a strategy. If you are effective, you can keep it close. You can make guys swing and miss, and Phelps has been effective with that today. Ball inside. Turner with a well-struck ball, but it tails foul out of play just past the bullpen on the Chargers side of the dugout. 2-2 count now. Well hit ball, but right at the second baseman, and he'll scoop that up and get it to the first baseman for the first out of the inning. Turner made good contact there, but Gumano was in position to make the play and did not make a mistake. Handled that very well. Logan Deichler back up. He was, I believe he was hit by a pitch in that. Ball 1 outside. Yes, he was hit by a pitch in the second inning to get on base. Worked the count really nicely to a 3-1 there. Chargers trying to get anything they can going. Trying to find some momentum and some life. Foul just past the third base line. Third baseman tried to make a play on it, but not enough but not really any room to do so. 12 runs is a massive deficit to come back from, but the college baseball game can be wacky. I've seen 13-run innings before. They're rare but not unprecedented. Strike low, 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Hillsdale can't think they're out of this. They just have to start stringing some hits together, get on the scoreboard. Hits a fly ball. That might drop. Oh, beautiful catch. Colin Koblenz lays out for it in center field, and that's a really nice play. Just got it on the run, and it's been that kind of a day for the Chargers. It seems like even when they're making good contact, Malone is making the play defensively. Billy Perotsky hoping to get things started with 2 outs here for the Chargers. Hits a nice ball. This might drop. It's all the way into right field. Got it on the run. Ethan Petak, first inning in the game, and able to get the catch and make the play on a well-hit ball to right field. And like we said, it's not just offense that Malone is showcasing today. They've made some nice defensive plays as well to kind of keep the Chargers off the scoreboard. We'll be right back. We're taking an ad break here. We will see you in 30 seconds. Welcome back to Glendon Hill Stadium and TFL Partners Field. We're kicking off the top of the 5th inning here with Malone up 12-0. Colin Lang is staying in for the Chargers pitching. He came in the last inning, was able to get the Chargers out of that difficult one. And he will face Riley Tyna, the cleanup hitter for Malone, who is 2 for 2 today with a double, 3 runs batted in. He has reached all 3 times he's been up to bat. He also walked 1 time, so he's really swinging the ball well. Really, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, that's true of pretty much everybody that Malone's brought up today. So we'll see if the Chargers can have a nice clean inning here and get out of this one. Lang delivers the pitch. Ball looked like a little bit low there. Strike. Looked like pretty solidly down the plate. Lang was a guy who did not play a whole lot last year. He's had a bigger role this season. Starting to get a little bit more comfortable on the mound. Gets a fly ball out there to the left fielder. Nice fly out to start things. Just looking a little more comfortable out there this year with a year under his belt. And obviously he came in a less than ideal situation in the last inning and gave up a couple of runs. But now with the bases clear, and kind of his own game to manage, and maybe he can put a good inning together here. Ball low and away for for Lang. Strike 1. Vincent Alvarez back up 2 for 3 on the day. 1 strikeout, but he has 2 doubles. 1 to each, 1 to the left center fence, 1 to the right center fence. Ball low, 2-1. So So he's having a pretty big offensive day as well. Helping his average, he was hitting 270 coming into the day. Significantly north of that so far. Ball high, so 3-1 count. Ball 4 low. So Alvarez will walk there, take first, and Malone has a base runner with 1 out. And that brings up, for the first time today, Ethan Petak. Petak is a junior from Youngstown, Ohio, and Matthews. He's a substitute today, but he plays pretty regularly. Strike. He plays pretty regularly for Malone. This is his 12th appearance. He has 10 starts on the year. Batting .333, 3 doubles, 3 triples, and a home run with 10 RBIs. Ball high. So that's a 1-1 count. Clearly a pretty talented hitter, but obviously, you look at the other outfielders. Competition is tough in the outfield to get in Malone's lineup. Ball 2. A lot of really talented hitters out there. Clearly, though, you look at the amount he's played and kind of getting these substitute opportunities. They're clearly very high on Petak as well, though. Ball 3, and Lang is trying to find the strike zone here. Looks like a couple pretty near misses here. Strike 2. Just got him in the lower half. Full count now. Hits a nice fly ball, but Sauer is able to get under it for the second out. Made good contact, lifted that up in the air, just not far enough to get over the fence or over Sauers' head. And a nice fly out for Lang as he tries to work a scoreless inning here. Doran Mast now up to bat. Hits 1, and that's going to be dropping in right down the right field line. And he's going to be in for a triple. Another run scores for Malone. 13-0 now. And that looked like trouble right off the bat. I mean, Turner had to go a long way to try and chase it. I think, there was hope it was going to turn foul, but it stayed fair and just dropped past his outstretched glove. A nice piece of hitting there by Mast for second hit of the game. Roberts now up. The number 8 hitter in left field. Strike 1 in for Lang. Ball low, so we're at 1-1 count now. Roberts trying to keep the momentum going here. Ball low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Seven of the 10 players who've been in today for Malone in the hitting, at least 1 hit. And Roberts wants to join the party, and he makes it 8. Single dropping in center field, and that will score Mast. Make it 14-0 Chargers. And yeah, you could tell, at least I could tell, it seemed like, everybody else has a hit. But me, that looks like fun. I want to do that too. And Roberts getting his there. And that brings up Gumino again. Robert Gumino. And he swings at the first pitch, and this is a foul. Second baseman Paratsky will get under it for the third out, but not before Malone scores 2 more. It's 14-0 now. Chargers coming to bat in the bottom of the 5th. We'll take a quick commercial break and be back to the second. Welcome back to Linden Glendale Stadium and TFO Partners Field. Malone up 14-0 with the Chargers at bat. I'd like to take a second quick to thank our sponsors here. Hillsdale College Athletics would like to thank the following sponsors for helping make our broadcast day possible. Underdog Sliders, Spirits, and Sports, McDonald's of Hillsdale, Hungry Howie's of Hillsdale, Burger King of Hillsdale, Pizza Hut of Hillsdale, Johnny T's Bistro, Subway of Hillsdale, More Insurance Services, Long Street Living, Cavoni's Pizza and Grinders, and Cottage Inn Pizza of Hillsdale. Thank you guys again for supporting Charger Athletics and for supporting this broadcast. Hillsdale, meanwhile, will put Aaron Jasek up to bat, the shortstop, batting 9th for the Chargers. This is his second plate appearance. Hillsdale just looking to get something, anything going, kind of build some positive momentum. Hopefully for this game, but if not for this game, then for the next. We're playing 2 today. And it would be good to get some offensive output, offensive production going to kind of build into that next game, if nothing else. Jasek looking to get started here for the Chargers. Jasek with a nice hit. Swing to the first pitch and through the gap between first and second base into right field, and that's what Hillsdale has needed, and they've been missing today. Just early leadoff runners. So that hopefully gets something going for this Hillsdale team that's had a bit of a rough go of it offensively so far. Guard Swenson, the leadoff hitter, now up to bat for the Chargers center fielder. Ball outside. He's walked once, and he's 0 for 1 with a walk. Swenson is today. And that's a strike outside corner. Make it 1-1. And Phelps does not really throw that ball down the center of the plate. He is one of those pitchers that he'll Swenson will rope that one into right center field, and Jasek will take 2 bases, so that's a single, but it gets Jasek to third, runner at the corners. As I say, that might actually be the first pitch Phelps has thrown right down the middle, and the Chargers made him pay for it. But he's just a guy who really likes to live on those outside corners. Is okay with throwing a few balls, just wants guys to chase after it. And like I said, it's worked really well for the Chargers. So it's worked really well for the Pioneers so far today. Tenuta takes a strike. Tenuta came in really hot after the weekend, still looking for his first hit today. Another ball. So 1-1 count. Hits it, and third baseman with a nice catch gets it to the second baseman to make the fielder's choice. Kanuta safe at first. That does score a run, get Hillsdale on the board. Jacek home from third, and so that will break the scoreless drought for Hillsdale. 14-1 now for 14-1 now for Malone, with Copens coming up, and you're hoping, if you're a Charger fan, that that's maybe the start of something here. Strike one on the outside corner. Just an inning with a couple hits. You get a run across. You still have a guy on with a batter up at 1 out. Maybe you could start stringing some positive stuff together. And ball high, and you never know in this game of baseball. You can't run out the clock in baseball. You have to get the outs, and as long as you've not recorded those 27 outs, strike two there swinging, you've still got a chance. So Hillsdale will try to get this first back to within 10 to kind of get those 8th and 9th innings. Ball low. Copens held off there wisely to kind of get that to work the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes. High, and Copens trying to protect, wanted to swing at that, realized at the last second that was not in the zone, held back and works the full count. Some smart decisions in this at-bat by Copens as far as what to swing at, what not to swing at. And now he'll get a payoff pitch here. Ball outside, and that's Copens' second walk of the game. A nice bit of offense for Copens in terms of just staying in, hanging in there, not swinging at balls, and working his way on base to a walk. Now you've got 2 runners on, 1 out. Will Lehman with home run power out there, who can really get the Chargers a little bit closer with 1 swing of the bat, if he gets the right pitch. Malone will take a mound visit here. Just try to make sure they've got everybody locked in, especially with those runners at first and second. With only 1 out, there's potential for double play here. Just making sure that alignment is right. It can be easy with a lead as big as Malone has to kind of lose focus a little bit, and that can actually get you into dangerous territory. They're just trying to make sure, chopper here to the third baseman, and that's going to be a 5-4-3 double play. And exactly what Malone needed to get out of the inning. So the Chargers do get 1 there in the bottom of the 5th, but it's still 14-1. Malone entering the top of the 6th here, and we are going to take a quick commercial break. So we'll be back in a second. Welcome back to Glenda Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field. We are entering the top of the 6th now with Malone up to bat and a 14-1 lead. Colin Lang still on the mound for the Chargers. Hillsdale is trying to hold Malone here and hope to score some runs in the bottom of the 6th, bottom of the 7th. Just try and get this to the 8th and 9th innings. Not get run ruled here in this game. Remember, if this this was originally scheduled as a 9-inning game, the second one was scheduled as a 7-inning. If this game finishes in 7 innings, we will play 9 in the nightcap tonight. So now Lang will face the leadoff hitter, Colin Koblenz. He's had a heck of a day. 2 hits, 2 at-bats. He's been on base every time he's been up. Looking to kind of keep things rolling here for the Pioneers. Ball high to start out for Lang. Gets a hold of this one and pops it up. Lehman will catch it at first base to finally get Colin out. He's had like I said, he's been a terror today. Chargers are happy that he did not do more damage there. And his cousin Shane Koblenz is now up. Speaking of damage, he's 2 for 4 on the day, 4 RBIs, 2 doubles. So another tough hitter for Lang to have to go after here at the top of the 6th. He swings at the first pitch and flies this and skies this up. Paratsky, the second baseman, is under it, and he will record the out. So just like that, 2 pitches, 2 outs. Exactly what Lang was kind of hoping for here in this inning. And we've got Zach Root up here trying to get things going for the Pioneers with 2 outs here. Strike 1. So Lang will not get the ever rare 3-pitch inning, but he's still in really good position here. Ahead on the count, ahead on outs. Ball outside, ball inside, trying to pitch the Chargers' first scoreless inning since the first inning of this game. Hit up the middle off the pitcher's mound, and that will be into center field for a single by Root. That's his second hit of the game, and will bring up first baseman Riley Tyna. The Pioneers not only have 8 players with hits in this game, they have 7 players with multiple hits, 15 total for the game. They have really swung the bat well today. And Tyna will become the first Pioneer with 3 hits as he ropes that into left field through the gap between second and third base. And now, just like that, after getting the first 2 outs, Malone is back in business, runners at first and second, and Vincent Alvarez coming up. He's been dangerous today, too. 2 doubles. And he's scored 3 times, drawn a walk. Ball outside so Lang falls behind 1-0. Ball outside, so 2-0 now. Alvarez trying to get on base for the 4th time today. Ahead 2-0 in the count here. Fouls that off back into the netting. And so it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sorry, 2 balls, 1 strike. Alvarez takes the pitch for a 3rd ball. A little bit high. Potential here to load the bases with a hit or another ball. That is low, and now the bases are loaded. Alvarez will go to first base. That's his 4th time on today. 2 hits, 2 walks, and that will bring up Petak again. P-Tac pinch ran earlier in this game. He's been up the plate once, made an out, but did drive in a run. He fouls off the first pitch to fall behind 0-1. Bases are loaded here, and this is a chance. This sixth spot in the lineup is the only one without a hit for Malone today. But a real chance here. Strike 2 for P-Tac. And now Lang has the potential to get out of this inning and kind of keep it a scoreless inning here. If you can get one more strike or get fouls that off into the dugout. McLaughlin had to duck for that. That was a bit of a screamer in the dugout. Those are always a little bit scary, but I feel like as baseball players, generally you're used to that kind of stuff. These type of games, you got to have your head on a swivel. Strike 3, high and outside, but Lang got him to bite, and that will finish the inning. Hillsdale puts up a 0 for just the second time this game. Go back to bat in the bottom of the 6th here. Again, trying to cut in this deficit, try to keep this game going. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to today's contest between the Pioneers and the Hillsdale Chargers. GMAC Baseball on Flow College. We are here at Linden Glendale Stadium, TFO Partners Field. The Pioneers are up 14-1 in the bottom as the Hillsdale goes up to bat at the bottom of the 6th inning, trying to cut in this deficit. We'd like to thank one of our partners. Today's game is brought to you by Long Street Living. Long Street Living Coldwater is your complete home solutions store. We offer furniture, mattresses, flooring, blinds, countertops, cabinets, and home decor. Everything for a beautiful home, all in one place. Long Street Living, your home starts here. And Phelps is staying on the mound for the Pioneers at 83 pitches. If Malone can maintain this 13-run lead, he may be able to pitch a complete game here in 7. This inning's probably going to say a lot towards that to see if he can get that out and finish off the win. Tyler Sowers up for the Chargers, the 5-hole hitter. 0 for 2 today. Looking to kind of get the Chargers back going after getting a run in the bottom of the inning. Strike on the outside there. Remember, especially in these 4-game series like that they play, if Malone can get through one game only using one pitcher, that's a pretty big advantage. And Sowers, I believe, tipped that back into the glove for the second strike there. Fouled that off. I think that's going to get out of play. Yep, back all the way past the bullpen out to the barn to the right of the field. Phelps has been really solid today. Only giving up 1 run, 3 hits. One of his best outings of the year for sure. And he is a ball low and away. 1-2 count. Looking to finish strong here. Ball Ball 2. Catcher appealed to see if he went, but it looks like Sowers held back and continuing to work this count. Was down 0-2. Now he's back to even. Got a piece of that, skies it into the air. The center fielder got plenty of room to get under that for the first out of the inning.
Now batting the right fielder, number 23,
Tyler Turner, the right fielder, is up now for the Chargers. He's 1 for 2 on the day with a single. Fouls with a strike, getting ahead early in the count here. Chops that one. Second baseman is going to be here, but I don't know that he got. Oh, nice play. Sorry, by the shortstop. He charged that, got there in time, and made the throw to first. Looked like Turner might have enough time to beat that out with kind of the slow roller there. But really nice play by by the shortstop, Mast, to kind of get that and get the throw there on time. Deichler up now for the Chargers with 2 outs, kind of looking to get someone on base and get something going for Hillsdale. Ball low and outside. Strike, and Phelps is starting to work that low zone pretty effectively now. Hits Deichler. I think that's the second time he's been hit today, and he'll take that base. We're trying to spark something here in the bottom of the 6th. Billy Perotsky up now for the Chargers, batting 8th. For 2 today. But, that third time through, they talk a lot about the major leagues about that third time through is when hitters start to understand what a pitcher is doing, time things up. Ball low there. So maybe an opportunity here for the Chargers, especially some of these guys lower down the order who still are very talented hitters, hitting over 300 on the season. Ball high. Perotsky ducks back to kind of get out of the way of that one. Strike. It's a 2-1 count. Perotsky does have 13 walks on the year. He's pretty adept at drawing, at winning some of these battles. And ball 3, high, at winning some of these battles and working his way on base with quality at bats. Ahead in the count here. Ball 4. And maybe the Chargers have something going a little bit here with 2 outs. 2 on with Aaron Jasek coming up. Jasek has 1 of the 3 hits, and Malone pitching coach will be coming out. That's not Tom Crank. Discussing with Phelps. I'm not sure. They do have some guys warming up. Do have 2 players warming the bullpen here. I'm not sure. Looks like this might just be, just a kind of a pep talk, ask him where he's at, making sure he's good, and just trying to see if he can get through this inning here. Jasek up to bat now. So he's got one of the 3 hits today for the Chargers. Batted .317 on the season. This is a big juncture. Chops it up. Third baseman charges. Will just step on the bag for the force. And that will end the inning. So Chargers do not score in that inning. Straight on 2. They trail 14-1 entering the 7th inning. We'll take a quick commercial break and be right back. Welcome back to Glen Hill Stadium at TFO Partners Field. We're in the top of the 7th here with Malone leading 14-1 in this first game of today's doubleheader. There is a 10-run rule limit, so if the Chargers can't get 3 runs this inning, or if Malone scores to kind of extend that lead, this game will end in 7. So this is a bit of do or die here for the Chargers. They've got Lang here on the mound, pitching into his 3rd inning. And Doran Mast will be up for Malone. Mast with 2 hits in the day in 4 plate appearances. He's been on base every time he's been up. Takes a swinging strike there. Ball low. Mast just held off. Catcher appeal to the umpire, but he says no, he did not go. So it's a 1-1 count now. Fouls that off. Gonna hit in right field in foul territory. 1-2 is the count now. Lang hits that up in the air. Turner calls off the second baseman and catches that in shallow right center to record the first out of the inning. Good teamwork out there by the Chargers in recording that out, making sure there were no mistakes in the outfield on that shallow fly ball, which can be dangerous. Charlie Roberts up now for Malone. Takes first pitch for a ball. Strike 1. As Lang evens the count. Ball 2 low. Roberts has 1 hit in this game. He had a RBI single in the last inning. Ball high. Ball 2, or ball 3, I should say. 3-1 count now. Lang trying to get out of this inning without ball 4. And that will be a base runner for the Pioneers with 1 out. Brings up Gumano, the number 9 hitter, and the second baseman. Said Lang's trying to get out of this inning if he can without giving up another run. Give the Chargers a shot to maybe get 4 here in the bottom half and extend this game. Ball 1, low and on the inside. Ball 2 outside. Gumano is 2 for 3 on the game. He's also walked in 4 plate appearances. Pair of RBI hits. Ball inside there, 3-0 count. Ball 4, and that will give Malone runners at first and second with the walk by Gumano, his second of the game. And that brings up Colin Koblenz, the center fielder. The always dangerous Colin Koblenz, 2 for 3 on the game. And he's got runners at first and second. Ball 1. And looks like there is some action in the bullpen for the Chargers. A couple different guys going. Fouled off by Koblenz, who took a big cut at that. Out of play to the left. Strike by Lang. Nice pitch there. Make it 1-2. Good to see if he can get a swing and a miss here or something on the ground. Maybe try a double play. Fouled off. Koblenz stays alive. Just got a piece of it as it was coming across the plate. Ball outside. 2-2 count now. Looks like we have Colin Tobin warming up in the bullpen if the Chargers want. If the Chargers need it. Foul ball to the left, out of play. We'll stay with this 2-2 count. Koblenz going deep, really working this count now. This has been a long relief outing for Lang. He's already up to over 70 pitches. Ball 3. Outside, maybe a little high there. Swing and a miss, and that's a big strikeout for Lang. Get Koblenz out. Now he has to deal, unfortunately, with his cousin, Shane Koblenz, who is not an easier task by any means. 2 for 5 on the day with 4 RBIs. He's hitting .438 for the season. Still, though, 1 out away from getting the ball back to the offense. Pitch is high and pitch is high for a ball. Foul tipped in the glove for a strike there by Lang. Good cut by Shane Koblenz, but Lang was able to get the fastball by him. Ball low. It's 2-1 now for 2-1 count now for Koblenz. Strike 2. Lang found the bottom corner of the plate there. to even up the count at 2 all here. Fly ball in the air, well hit. Going back for it is Swenson, who will make the catch in center field for the third out. Had to go and get it, but he ran it down and made the play in center field to end the inning. Keep the Chargers, keep Malone from scoring and extending their lead. 14-1 now, entering the bottom of the 7th inning. And Hillsdale will need to get something going here to try and keep this game going. They need 4 runs to move out of the run roll territory. We'll take a quick break and be right back. Welcome back to Linden Glenhill Stadium at TFO Partners Field. We are in the bottom of the 7th with Malone leading the first game of this doubleheader 14-1. And it is a do-or-die time for the Chargers here to try and keep this game going. They need 4 runs in the bottom of this inning. And they'll be starting leadoff. So the right group to kind of do it, to kind of make a rally here a little bit. Guard Swenson leading off, the center fielder. He has one of Hillsdale's 3 hits of the day, and he also reached on a walk earlier. So very capable of getting things started here for the Chargers. On the mound, Jackson Phelps trying to finish off a complete game here. He's been really good today. Like I said, one of his best starts of the year for the veteran ace for Malone. Strike 1, but he has to, in order to finish this off, he's got to get through this Hillsdale order one more time. Swenson chops it. First baseman fields it, and he'll take it himself. Phelps was running over to try and step on the bag, but Malone Tyna realized that it was easier for him to just run that out himself. Got there in time to record the first out of the inning. Rocco Tenuta up now for the Chargers. 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Hillsdale needs 4 runs here. Tenuta looking to get something going here. Strike 1. He is 0 for 3 on the day, but he did drive in Hillsdale's lone run. That was his 23rd RBI of the season, leading the team. Strike 2. Tenuta did not like that call. Looked like it was close to the top of the zone there. Tenuta chops one to the shortstop. Shortstop fields it over in time to the first baseman. Well hit ball, but the shortstop was there to make the play. And the Hillsdale's now down to its final out with Nolan Copens coming up to the plate, the freshman number 3 hitter. He is the only Charger that's been on base every time he's been at bat. Every time he's been up to bat in this game, all 3 times on walks. Strike 1 on the inside. Phelps gets ahead, looking to close this one out. Ball outside. Ball outside. Both times he's throwing too far for the catcher to get. With no base runners, no chance for Hillsdale to make anything of that. But Copen's looking to draw his 4th walk of the game here. Ball 3 outside, 3-1 count now. Certainly, if Phelps put this in the zone, Copen's would like to do a little more than just get to first base. But in this situation, you just need base runners. And I am sure he would be happy to take a 4th walk here. Ball 4, a little bit high there, and a little bit to the outside. Copens is back on base once again for the 4th time today, 4 walks. And that brings up Will Lehman. 0 for 3 today. But again, you talk about a guy with home run potential. The Chargers could use an extra base hit here. Strike 1. It's a really good cut on that. And off the top of the barn there. That could have been over the fence if it was in fair territory. Just missed on that one. But it's strike 2, and now Hillsdale down to its last out and its last strike. Lehman gets a hold of one. Deep fly ball, but not deep enough. Left fielder will get under it and will make the play to seal the victory for Malone. 14-1. A strong outing for the Pioneers in the first game of today's doubleheader. They will move to 12-7 on the season, 2-3 overall. Hillsdale falls to 7-11 with a 3-2 record in conference play. Your winning pitcher today is Jackson Phelps, who won the distance. 3 strikeouts, 6 walks, but only 3 hits conceded, 1 earned run given up, 113 pitches. Really a solid outing for the senior and the ace for Malone. Jacob Palla will take the loss for Hillsdale. Go to 1-3 on the year. Pitched 3 1/3 innings with 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. 7 players had hits for Malone, had multiple hits for Malone. They finished with 16 hits on the game. Riley Tyna, the first baseman, 3 for 4 with 3 RBI. Shane Kovlins, 2 doubles and 4 RBI as well. For Hillsdale, Aaron Jasek had a single and scored a run. Guard Swinson and Tyler Turner each had a hit. Rocco Tenuta drove in Jasek as well. So that is all she wrote on game 1. We will be back in about 30 minutes to kick off game 2 with a new lineup and a new start. Thank you for watching today, and we'll see you in a few.
Jared Valdier, class of 2010, professional football player for the Arizona Cardinals. So my brother played basketball at Hillsdale College. I was familiar with the school. I had been there, watched him play games, visited campus. I knew what the school stood for and the kind of values it had, and knew it was a very good school. And when they offered me a scholarship, it didn't take me long to accept. I think that's really where my love for football took off, is when I got to Hillsdale. Having those great coaches was excellent. They taught me a lot about the game of football, and just growing up and becoming a better person. Really, I think, played a big part of who I am right now, and what I've been able to do in the NFL and off the field in the offseason. The core principles of hard work and integrity, if you live your life by those, you're making yourself the best person, not only to yourself but to those around you. It's special being a part of that college football team. Great group of people that I was able to play with.
The tennis team at Hillsdale was a group of very different young ladies. We were very competitive, and we also had a lot of fun. I think middle of the season, my sophomore year, I thought, wow, wouldn't it be cool if I never lost? I did, 40-some matches probably, and no losses during a conference match. As a tennis player in Brazil, it was very individualistic. We don't even play doubles that much. So the concept of our impact in the local community and how do you connect as a local community is something that is so American, so intrinsic to who we are. I owe that thinking to Hillsdale College.
Coming to Hillsdale, I felt like I would have a real opportunity to compete early on in my career. Coach Riepma definitely interested in me, wanted me to come to Hillsdale. At the conclusion of my senior season, I got a call the day before the draft started from a scout for the Cardinals. And he said, hey, want to know if you're pitching before the draft. And I was like, the draft that starts tomorrow? And sure enough, Joe showed up and watched me throw my 50 pitches. And day 2 of the draft, I get the call. Just want to let you know, the Cardinals have selected you. And I was like, wow. I was a power pitcher, and I started to feel some sharp pain in the back of my shoulder. I ended up getting exploratory surgery, and that's where they found I had a severely torn labrum. Fortunately for me, I had my degree from Hillsdale College. Hillsdale had a strong reputation for an accounting program. I knew coming in that that's what I wanted to do, and that's what I wanted my major to be. What I'm most grateful to Hillsdale for is really just preparing me for a life outside of baseball. If you would have asked 18-year-old me, could you ever see yourself doing these things? I would have said, absolutely no way.
Coming out of school after graduation, I knew I wanted to coach, so there I was. I was young, I was available, and I was cheap. And I became a head football coach at Ferris State when I was 28 years old. Last couple years going to the playoffs, undefeated seasons. And so the next step from Division II Ferris State was to go on and have some experience in Division I. During the time I was at Ball State was really the time that Division I football changed. TV money came into play. It became more of a win at all costs, and you better win or you're going to lose your job, and that just wasn't what I was about. There was a realization when I got back to Hillsdale, there's more to this, that you have a platform to develop young men and make better men of your players. That was the big difference between Division I and Division II, is I felt much more comfortable being a role model. I mean, in a football team, you've got 120 guys, and you try to make a personal connection to them, and there's 120 different personalities with 120 different backgrounds, and the tough part is to try to connect on a relationship basis with those guys to know how you can motivate them and create success in their lives. I started a Bible study for our guys. We met every Friday morning, and we would just talk about our faith and how that related to being a young student athlete, and really was a great time for me to engage with our players and be more, I think, showing of what it's like to be able to be a man of faith. That what we were doing was important in trying to win football games. I think you try to have success in whatever you're doing in life, but there was a deeper purpose, a more profound opportunity for them to develop the work habits that were going to allow them to go on and be successful in their careers and successful with their families. They just demonstrate the light of Christ and reflect the lessons that they learned through football.
He wanted everybody to be the best students that they possibly could, to be the best man that they possibly could. And to win, yes, absolutely. But ultimately, Coach knows that he wanted these kids to be great fathers and husbands someday. And he was hoping that the lessons that he was teaching day in and day out was going to contribute to that.
You can tell the win-loss record right away, but the impact that the philosophy that I had, the reason that I coach, the purpose that I coach with, really doesn't show itself till those young men end up being fathers and husbands and have careers and are in communities and having impact. But now that I've had a career of 45 years, you get to see those results and see them as fathers and have them visit games and come back. And that's really, really rewarding and something that gives you great satisfaction.
Coach Otterbein did a lot for me to grow both personally and athletically during my time at Hillsdale. And I think more so than anything, it was just held me accountable. It held me accountable to my actions, both on the field and off the field. Really wasn't going to let me skate by. It was going to demand your best. And again, he was someone that probably saw more in me than I saw in myself at that time. And I needed someone like that, and was able to get the best out of me over my 4 or 5 years at Hillsdale. And that was really important.
One lesson of many that I learned from Coach Otter was consistency. And he had a phrase that went along well with this idea of consistency. He said, do the ordinary things at an extraordinary level.
I can actually still hear you saying that in team meetings. Something that I still think about every single day and try to emulate in my day-to-day life.
This is the beginning of a new day. I want it to be gain, not loss. Good, not evil. Coach Otterbein would recite this before every morning workout.
When I look back at just all the lessons that you taught me, not only as a player, but now especially as a coach, I just can't thank you enough.
Coach Otterbein taught me that there are no shortcuts to winning. Through stacking bricks day in and day out, doing it the right way, being accountable, and he held guys accountable, all right? You were scared if you weren't accountable.
I believe a great coach isn't defined by the victories they have on the football field, but by the men they shape off of it. The lessons he taught us, like commitment to excellence, effort and focus, and controlling the things you can control, still live with me to this day.
We're a good football team when we do the little things at an extraordinary level, right? But you got to do it every day. You can't think you're going to flick a switch and all of a sudden it's going to happen on Saturday, right? You got to do it all the time. Finish every play.
During my last season, I started not to look forward to recruiting or not to look forward to the grind that it takes 7 days a week and getting in there and studying tape. Had I tried to stick around and become the winningest head coach in Hillsdale history, it would revert back to that winning is the most important thing. And to me, that was contrary to what my heart was telling me, is, the development of our young men and working with them was the most important thing, and I didn't want it to become all about winning.
Incredibly successful, right? Coach could have been the all-time winningest football coach at Hillsdale College. But I think ultimately, when Coach started to look at his time here and what he's left behind, he left a legacy of caring about young people, building young men, challenging young men to be the best version of themselves. As successful as Coach was, I think the coach was a builder of men.
Well, I had the high honor and privilege of playing baseball here at Hillsdale College. The privilege of playing college sports is huge. It's not something everyone gets to do, and it makes a difference. You learn things in college athletics you can't learn any other place, because you're going to get knocked down, you're going to have success, you got to work with others, and you got to find a way to compete and improve. I don't know where you'll learn those things if it isn't on the baseball field, the football field, basketball court, or wherever that venue may be. That's really valuable stuff. The connection between the Delp family and Hillsdale College, the credit goes to my father, John Delp. He was a big believer in the conservative movement, and at the time, President George Roach came to Toledo, Ohio, our hometown, and gave a talk. When that talk was concluded, my dad said that my brother and I were going to go to Hillsdale College. He did, in many ways, guide my most important decisions. And of course, one of those decisions that happened to be central to our family was the Hillsdale College decision. At Hillsdale, you're driven to figure out the truth. It's your job to go on the journey, do the hard work, being given the tools, read the right stuff, have the right conversations. Blessedly, here at Hillsdale, they challenge you to think critically, But if you do the work and you're earnest about finding out what the answer is, and you're willing to go on the journey and put in the work, Hillsdale College uniquely gives you that framework. So Hillsdale's not only a peak school, it's the apogee. It's the top of the top. It is a place like a beacon. It gives you hope. When you're around Hillsdale College, you believe there is goodness out there. You see the students on this campus. You meet the faculty. You get to experience Hillsdale College. You say, yes, we can win. My motivation to give back to Hillsdale College is about the easiest thing I've ever done. And I'm not done. There is Cleves Court. There is TFO Partners Field. We honored my dad with Del Paul. We did the same with the Mary Jane Tennis Court. But my greatest contribution to Hillsdale College athletics was my kids. My kids are really the whole story for me, the thing I'm most proud of. They are in the right place, doing the right thing. They are of high character. The success that my kids have had, not only academically, because they worked hard, but athletically, that combination has been instrumental in, I think, who they are today. My advocacy for Charger athletics is in part because how I personally benefited, and all 5 of my children have come to Hillsdale, have played varsity Charger athletics. 3 tennis players, a basketball player, and now a baseball player. So it has been impactful to our collective Hillsdale College experience. I've had the privilege of being a student, a parent, a board member. So I am in debt to Hillsdale College. And I couldn't do enough for this school ever to repay what it's done for me and for my family.
For me, running just became part of my life. It was something that was part of my identity. You go up to pass somebody and you come down off that curve into lane 1 again, and you're just flying. I found my passion in running in 9th grade, and I really attribute that to a great coach at Detroit Catholic Central High School, Tony Magny. Since 9th grade, Tim Sullivan and I were really rivals. Through our 4 years, we competed against each other and developed a very close friendship. Tim and I had talked about where to go to college, and we're attracted to a team that is already established, that had a reputation for winning. We ended up going to Hillsdale and being roommates for 4 years, and still very close to this day. Joe Rogers at the time was the coach, and Joe convinced me that I was going to be part of something big, something great at Hillsdale. Off the track, off the cross-country course, we were our own fraternity in many ways. As a matter of fact, I don't recall that anyone on the team during my time had even joined a frat. We were our own group. We ate at the dinner table, the lunch table together. We hung out on weekends after races together. So life was studying and running. That was it. Athletically, the high point for me was the 84-85 indoor track season. The coach had an option to take a couple of athletes who hadn't met the qualifying standard. I did not meet the qualifying standard for that race, but he got me in anyway. And for me, that particular race is where I felt that I was in a great moment. As the race progressed, I felt like I could win this, even though I was amongst some of the best athletes in the nation at that time. One of my teammates, Glenn Magrum, was in the race with me. And Glenn was expected to be one of the top performers, if not the winner of the race. And Glenn and I were jostling with each other, with the leaders throughout the whole race. And I seem to recall Glenn at one point saying to me, go for it, as I passed him. So it was quite a moment to actually win the race. My family was in the stands. There were no photographs, there were no videos of the event. My dad had passed away just that previous year, early. Haven't talked about this in a long time. and thinking about, my father who had been with me all through high school and really through the first couple of years of college. That was my sophomore year at Hillsdale. And so when I winning the race for him was really, that was my dream. The 85 race was a repeat. I had won the previous year, so the expectation was high from myself, but from others, my teammates, that I would win it a second year. It was one of those races where you feel like this is yours. This is mine. I'm going to go for it. Felt in control from the start of the race. I think I took off a little bit early, probably with 800 meters in the race, and I think my last 800 meters was around 2:05 or 2:07, which at the end of a 3-mile race is quite a kick. Just missed the national record by a few seconds, but I wasn't paying attention to the national record. I was paying attention to just enjoying the moment. I'm many years out of Hillsdale, but Hillsdale's still part of me. Hillsdale will always be an important part of who I am. I would say the impact of Hillsdale on my life is formation of the complete person. There's nothing like going for a long run on a Saturday morning, developing friendships along the way, and just enjoying what it means to be a runner. Those are the sweetest moments that I recall about my time at Hillsdale. Hillsdale allowed me to be the student I wanted to be, allowed me to study, allowed me to learn under great professors, but also at the same time to run and pursue my athletic dream. I would just like to say thank you to Hillsdale, and thank you for giving me this opportunity, but thank you also for the great friendships that I have to this day.
As a quarterback, you're sitting there, you're thinking about 21 other guys on the field. Before every snap, there is a lot going through your head, and it's your job to put us in the right position. You really got to slow the moment down. There's only about 25 seconds on a snap clock that you got to get the ball in play, and there's a lot that needs to happen in that 25 seconds. Being able to communicate effectively with your teammates, process everything that's going around you, and being responsible for putting your team in the best position to gain positive yards is something that you don't take lightly as a quarterback. I heard about Hillsdale on the recruiting trail. It was among a number of other schools that I'd been looking at. I always kind of considered myself a tweener between Division I and Division II, and when I decided that Division II was going to be the route that I would pursue college athletics, Hillsdale just emerged on top amongst the rest. Being able to play at such a high level of football, being in the GLIAC NCAA Division II, but also being able to get a degree that is so well respected, that was really the thing that I knew Hillsdale would set me up for amongst all the other schools that I'd been looking at. I thought quarterback was the right fit for me because I'd always gravitated towards leadership, and when I really became in love with football, it was really clear to me that the quarterback was sort of the center of it all, and really had to be that general on the football field. I was interested in leadership because growing up, my dad ran a small business in the Grand Rapids area, and seeing my dad be the leader of that organization from the time I was born and growing up, I was always thought that was really admirable. You want to be like your dad. So I thought I want to be a leader as well, and I knew that was something that I wanted to follow in his footsteps. I think the biggest difference in an immature leader and a mature leader is an immature leader is someone who comes and says, I'm going to be really good on the football field. I'm going to really invest my time, with the guys on the team on the football field, where a mature leader knows that it goes way beyond. It's how you show up in the weight room, how you show up in the classroom, how you show up on campus. And that was a lesson I had to learn when I stepped onto Hillsdale College's campus. I was struggling in the classroom here at Hillsdale. I think balancing the academic work with the athletic work was a change for me. It was difficult. It was one of those things that I always had prioritized football, and the academics sort of came easy, especially coming out of high school. But as anyone who graduated from Hillsdale College knows, the academics are not going to be easy. Coach Otterbein, I think, is one of the most influential people I've had in my life. And coming into Hillsdale College, you could see right away that he demanded perfection. And I think that's what great leaders do. That's what great coaches do. He pulled me in his office, and I remember it to this day. We had a really serious talk with one another, and he basically told me that it doesn't matter what kind of football player you are. If you're not going to be that kind of person in the classroom, you're not going to have an opportunity to play here. The relationship that I have with my teammates, my coaches, I didn't want to let them down. Someone holding me accountable in that regard was exactly what I needed in that moment. In 2008, we came off a great season, right? In 2007, the class kind of before us, 8-3. 2008, we come in, we're 7-4. Another winning season, but not reaching all the goals that we wanted to reach. I think the optimism at Hillsdale College football at that time was probably as high as it has ever been. As we're nearing the end of the season, I think we're sitting there saying that all the goals that we had put in front of us that season were within reach. Our record was good. We knew that a division title was on the line, and we knew that if we could keep winning games, that a NCAA Division II berth was at stake, and that's really exciting. And in those moments, you can't get too far ahead of yourself. You got to remember what it was that got us there. Coach Otterbein, he would tell us all the time, just go play. You put in the work, now go play. I think as football players, you need to hear that before you go out onto the field. There's so much high pressure moments that happen during the course of the game, but when your coach trusts you and you know that you've put in the work, you've put in the preparation to go play fast, to go play free, and your head coach believes in you and instills that confidence in you, that's a really powerful thing. So in 2009, we were the first team in Hillsdale College's history to make the NCAA Division II playoffs. You know, my proudest accomplishment as a football player doesn't reflect on me, it reflects on our team. And it was winning a division title. It was going to the playoffs, not only once, but twice. It was doing it with that group of guys. I'm so proud to call them my teammates. I'm so proud to know that we played at Hillsdale College and we were on the same teams together, and we accomplished a lot of amazing things during our time here. It always reminds me that, you know, there's great opportunity to lead in moments of adversity. Strength rejoices in the challenge. We hear that all the time at Hillsdale College. And, you know, what that means to me is that there's always going to be a solution to a problem out there. And the more resilient that you can be, the better set up for success you'll become.
Hello and welcome back to sunny Linden Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field in Hillsdale, Michigan. We are preparing for Game 2 here of our doubleheader today. Because the first game was only a 7-inning game, this will be a 9-inning game between the Hillsdale College Chargers and the Malone Pioneers. Malone took that first game of the doubleheader 14-1. And obviously a tough loss for the Chargers in that one, but it really is just one game. It is important. It's important to make sure that you don't let a bad loss like that beat you twice. And there's a lot of potential for Hillsdale to turn things around with a new pitcher on the mound and a fresh start in Game 2. Looks like we have the umpires coming out here for the mound visit here in a second. Just run through the lineups quick. There have been a few changes from Game 1, starting with Malone. Colin Koblenz will bat again in first spot and play center field. His cousin Shane Koblenz will be batting second again. However, he'll be the second baseman for Malone this time. Riley Tyna is now batting third, and he'll be playing DH instead of first base like he was in the first game. Junior Jake Barker is batting in the cleanup spot, and he'll take over at first base for the Pioneers. Ethan Pitak, who came in as a pinch runner and finished the game, will start the game this time and bat fifth for Malone, play right field. Doran Mast is batting sixth and playing shortstop. We have a new catcher, freshman Lane Keller, will be getting the start, and he'll be batting in the seventh spot. Charlie Roberts will be batting in the eighth spot and playing left field. And Robert Gumano will still be in for the Pioneers, playing third this time instead of second, and he'll be finishing up the order here. On the mound for Malone will be sophomore Finn Schmidt, the 6'7" right-hander out of Wadsworth, Ohio. For the Chargers, meanwhile, pretty similar lineup to the first game. Guard Swenson leading off in playing center field. Rocco Tenuta batting second and playing third base. Nolan Copens DHing and batting third. Will Lehman at first base and batting fourth. Batting fifth is Tyler Sowers, and he's also playing left field. Batting sixth is Tyler Turner, playing right field. All those are the same. We have a new catcher batting seventh, freshman Ryan Weehee from Cleveland, Ohio, and Cuyahoga Valley Christian Academy. And he'll be batting seventh. Billy Paratsky batting eighth again, playing second base. Aaron Jasek is your shortstop, batting ninth once again. On the mound for the Chargers, a sophomore out of Schererville, Indiana, and Lake Central High School. Brendan Smith is on the mound for the Chargers to start game 2. And again, even though this was originally scheduled as a 7-inning game, we will be playing 9 because the first game only went 7 innings. And obviously, tale of two very different outcomes for these two teams. Malone has to be ecstatic with the way that game went. They just crushed the ball, 16 hits, 14 runs, looked really good. The Chargers struggled, only one run on 3 hits. But again, it's you turn this game over. It's a new game. It's a fresh start and a completely different set of circumstances. So real potential for the Chargers here to kind of turn around. Let's look at the starting pitcher, Brendan Smith, a little closer for Hillsdale. He is 1-2 on the year, 5 appearances, 3 starts. He started the year as a reliever, has moved into the starting lineup, playing well. 3.37 ERA, the third best ERA on the team, the best among starting pitchers. 25 strikeouts, 15 walks, pretty good strikeout to walk ratio. Only given up 7 earned runs on the year in 18.2 innings. Batters are just hitting 217 against him. So, again, one of Hillsdale's better performing pitchers here. And, again, a great story. He was little used last year as a freshman, did not have a great season, but he's kind of come back this year and looks like a completely different player. Really put in a ton of work in the offseason, and it's shown in his performances so far. So he's off to a great start, and definitely someone the Chargers are excited to have on the mound here for Game 2, needing to bounce back here. We have familiar faces at the top for Malone here coming up here. You are all obviously very familiar from the last. If you watched the last game with the Koblenz cousins, who were a major story in Game 1. They are 2 really, really talented freshman hitters for Malone, and they combined for 6 hits, 5 RBIs, including 2 doubles. Really were kind of the engine of that game for Malone. And you see Colin coming here to the plate. He is a freshman from Millersburg, Ohio, Berlin Highland, having a great season so far for Malone. Let's see if I got updated stats on him. Yeah, he is batting .333, 17 RBIs. Takes that first pitch there for a ball. A lot of power. That's really kind of the difference between him and his cousin Shane, who will be batting second. Shane is a very high average guy, ton of RBIs too, but and he takes a shot there off the bat. Looks to be okay, just walking it off here. That hurts. If you ever hit a ball off the bat off your leg, that's a sharp pain. But he looks to be okay. You got 1 ball, 1 strike. He not quite the same average as his cousin, but a lot of power. Five doubles, two triples, 6 home runs. As you see, he puts that up there, but it's a sky ball and a little bit tricky in the sun for Jacek, the shortstop. But he adjusts and makes the play, and that's a good first out. That's a good first out for the Chargers to start the game. Now we see his cousin Shane, another really quality hitter for Malone at the top of the lineup. Like I said, batting .426, doesn't have the same power numbers as his brother. No home runs, 9 doubles, 19 RBI, but he just gets on base. .515 on base percentage, and just a real engine for this Malone offense here is Shane Koblenz. He takes 2 balls to start the game here. Strike, and like we said, Brendan Smith, a left-hander, so a little bit of a different look for the Chargers in this game. Like I said, he's been pretty impressive this season. He's had some tough assignments, and he's done well for the Chargers. Strike 2. Nice swing. Pulled the rope out on him for a little bit as that ball dropped late on Koblenz, and now evens the count here at 2-2. Gets a piece of it down the left field line, but it goes foul. So Koblenz stays alive at 2-2. Smith getting the signal from his catcher. Rocks back. There's the pitch. That's fouled off to the right. Over the netting and out into the parking lot. Another foul ball, this time out of play to the right again. Said, Koblenz really working this count. He only has 8 strikeouts on the year in 54 at-bats, so he's not a guy that goes down easily. It's ball 3 here, and that works it to a full count now. Koblenz trying to find a way on base to get this inning started for the Pioneers. Nice hit ball, but Jacek picks it up and beats the runner and the throw beats the runner to the bag to Lehman, with Lehman recording the put out, and that's the second out for the Chargers, bringing up Riley Tyna. Redshirt senior from Medina, Ohio, JUCO transfer from Terrace State Community College. He had an excellent game in Game 1. He's now hitting above 400 for the season. Really showing out for Malone so far. Takes a strike inside. Looks like that ball broke late. Swing and a miss. Smith working both sides of the plate here. Kind of showing a full variety of pitches. Ball low. 1-2 count now. Ball inside, 2-2 count. Tyna was 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs in that first game. One of 7 Malone players with multiple hits, but the only one with more than 2. Fouls it off there to stay alive. It's still a 2-2 count. Strike 3 looking, and I think that was a nice ball that caught the corner. I think that deep into the at-bat, the umpire said that's one you got to swing at. So the Chargers hold Pioneers scoreless to start the inning. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Welcome back to Linden Glenda Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field. We're in the bottom of the first. The Chargers held Malone scoreless to start the game. Coming up to bat now, and we're going to take a look at Malone's starting pitcher, Finn Schmidt, sophomore, 6'7", out of Wadsworth, Ohio. He's a 2-0 on the year. This is his 5th start. He's a 9.60 ERA, 18 strikeouts, 19 walks. He is although he's got that 9.6 ERA, he is only giving up a 185 batting average to opponents. So he does have some swing and miss stuff, and hitters are having a bit of a difficult time getting hits off of him. I think it's that walk rate that's kind of let him down. So we'll see if he can kind of keep control. See if we can kind of keep control here and what that will do for him here in this game. Leading off the Chargers, Guard Swinson. He was one of 3 players with a hit for the Chargers in the opener. He is currently batting .312 on the season. Looking to get things started for Hillsdale. Strike 1. Nice fastball in the zone by Schmidt. Swenson ropes one in the center field, but it hangs up a little too long. Center fielder is able to get under it for the first out. That brings up Rocco Tenuta batting second. GMAC Player of the Week last week in the North Division after a great series against Thomas More. He did not have a hit in the first game, but he did drive in Hillsdale's only run. Hit it batting .361 on the year. Strike 1. So he's got 1.183 OPS, strong slugging percentage, strong on base percentage. Leads the Chargers in doubles, home runs, RBIs, pretty much you name it. He's having a great year. And he gets hit with the first pitch. He gets hit with the second pitch, and so he'll get a free base there. And that could get the Chargers rolling here, giving them a runner with 1 out. And Nolan Copens up now. Copens had a very interesting first game, up 4 times, on base all 4 times, 4 walks, so he did not actually register an at-bat in that game. Means he's still hitting 283 on the year. Ball 1 inside. And we mentioned this, he's hitting 283, but of his 15 hits, 8 are extra bases, so he's a power hitter. If he gets a hold of one, it could be a double, triple home run pretty easily. Ball 2, but he's been content to not swing at anything out of the zone today, and to take the free bases he's being given. Good discipline so far this afternoon. He's now up 2-0 on the count on Schmidt. Ball 3. And if Schmidt doesn't find the zone, this could be a 5th straight walk today for Copens. Ball 4, and at this rate, Nolan might have to trade in his cleats for walking shoes. But hey, he's doing a great job at getting on base, and if it's not in the zone, you got to make that pitcher earn it. And he is definitely keeping the Charger offense going with his work today. And that brings up Will Lehman, the always dangerous Will Lehman. He's had a home run hitter for his career. 0 for 4 in that first game. He'll take a ball here that first time. But, it's always in there, that power, if he can get a hold of one, especially with these runners on. Ball 2, and now that is 7 straight balls if you're counting the hit by pitch for Schmidt. So he's kind of got to lock in and get this under control. We talked a little bit about how he's a very effective pitcher. Ball 3, when he's in the zone, he's a very effective pitcher, 185 batting average against, but those walks have let him down this year. He's got to find that zone here, or it could be trouble for him again. Ball 4, and now the bases are loaded with 1 out for Hillsdale, with Tyler Sowers coming up to the plate. And we're going to have an early pitching meeting here. That is 9 straight balls. So we're going to have the pitching coach for Malone come out to try and get a handle on things, get Schmidt's head right, and try and see what they can do with the bases loaded. They really don't want a crooked inning here early. They want to keep the pressure on, especially with the way that first game went. Here comes Sowers to the plate. Again, sophomore from Wheaton, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. He had a great year last year before he got hurt late in the season. Like a ball, and a wild pitch there, but it about ricocheted off the backstop. Chargers almost went, but realized that that was a dangerous thing and got back in time. I don't know if they would have made it home, but still, that's the 10th straight ball now. Sowers, like I said, Sowers had a great year last year. Really was struggling at the start of this season, but got on track last weekend. Strike 1, and Schmidt needed that. Really got on track last weekend against Thomas More. He's one of those guys where if he's playing to his potential, he really unlocks. Ball 2. Sowers is playing his potential. He really unlocks a different level for this Chargers lineup, and a different level of threat, a different level of danger for opposing teams, especially with some of the other hitters in this order. Ball 3, and Schmidt has got to throw a strike here. There is no room at the inn, as they say, on the base paths. Any ball will walk in a run. Sauer swings, chops it foul. Hit in the batter's box and rolled down the left field line. So 3-2 count feels like a pretty big juncture in this game early. With the bases loaded, a chance for the Chargers to get a couple of early runs across after only one run in the first game. Hit up. It's a second base. They're going to take the easy out at first, but Sowers does get a run home. Tenuta will score from third. Runners at first and second will advance. So the Chargers are on the board, 1-0. And Tyler Turner up to bat. The junior from Potomac Falls, Virginia, hitting .324. He was one of the three Chargers that hit in that first game. And strike one. So it seems like Schmidt might have found something here. Kind of starting to get locked in and hit that zone a little bit better. Turner with a hit. The first baseman dives to try and catch it, knocks it down, but that is he's not gonna be able to make the play there. That is a solid base hit for Tyler Turner. He will score. Copens from third to give the Hillsdale a 2-0 lead, and Lehman will advance to third. We've got this is the one new player in Hillsdale's lineup from the first game, Ryan Weehee, freshman catcher from Cleveland, Ohio, and Cuyahoga Valley Christian Academy. He's been one of that freshman class that's made an impact for Hillsdale. Batting .228 here, but he's got 2 home runs, 11 RBIs. He's got some power in his bat too. Strike one. One thing to watch with second base open and Turner at first. He only has 2 stolen bases on the year, but Turner does have some speed. I don't know with 2 outs if they'll go. Oh, he is going, and he's going to be in without a doubt. Great jump and lead there. And that will give Chargers 2 in scoring position for Weehee with no balls and 1 strike. So a big chance here for the Chargers to blow this game open. Fouled off. 2 strikes, fouled off. So 1 ball, 2 strikes now. And up 2-0, but there's 2 more runs there if Weehee can find a gap or get the ball down. Yeah, the scoreboard is off. It is 2-0 right now. Oh, and Weehee gets hit, and that will load the bases now for the Chargers. And so now Billy Perotsky is up. We talked about this in the first game that the Chargers do not have your typical 8 and 9 hitters. They got a strong lineup up front, but Perotsky is a 300 hitter, all-conference player last year with a strike there. You can't rest as a pitcher at the bottom of the order like you can with some teams. These Chargers have some strong players down there that can do some damage, and he'll foul that off. So 2 strikes, and this is a situation for Schmidt where you're ahead. You got these 2 outs. This could be a big moment in the game. You're down 2-0. If you can get out of this with the way your offense played in that first game, you're feeling good about your chances to get 2 runs. Fouled off by Perotsky, and that's going to go out of play. You really want to try and just keep a crooked number from going up on the board. And yeah, there's some issues with the scoreboard right now. It is 2-0, by the way. So it is 2-0 Chargers with the bases loaded, 2 outs and 2 strikes on Paratsky. I'm sure they will get that corrected here in a second. Oh, and a strikeout looking, and that's huge for Schmidt. And you talk about that. These innings aren't always pretty, but if you can do your job, limit the damage, especially with the offense you have, that's a real start. But the Chargers do get 2 runs on the board as we are heading to the top of the second here. And Chargers do get 2 runs on the board as we are heading to the top of the second here. Hillsdale leads 2-0. And we're going to take a quick break and be right back. Welcome back to Linda Hill Stadium and Tioga Partners Field for Charger baseball. We are through the first inning, game 2. Hillsdale scores twice in the first inning, and has taken a lead here. Big start for the Chargers, trying to bounce back from that 14-1 loss in game 1. And Brendan Smith with a good first inning for Hillsdale. 1-2-3, got a strikeout looking to end it. And he'll try and keep cruising here. As the number 4 hitter comes up to lead off the inning, this is Jake Barker, a junior from Chardon, Ohio. Chardon and formerly of Notre Dame College. Barker is one of the players who did not play in that first game. He'll foul off the first pitch here. He is playing first base. Started 15 games for Malone, hitting .256 with 4 doubles, triple, and 10 RBIs. This is our first look at him today. And he goes 1 ball, 1 strike on the count. You know, we saw it in the first game. This Malone team, they're ranked first in the GMAC in a lot of categories, and there is he roped a ball past the pitcher and up the middle into center field for a base hit. So to kind of get things started, this Malone offense is very strong, and certainly some potential for a high-scoring game here if they continue rolling in the manner that they did in that first game. Now up is Ethan Pitak, who is playing right field from Youngstown, Ohio, and Matthews High School. Takes a ball here. Pitak did not start the first game, but he came in as a pinch runner and had a couple at-bats. Struck out once, did get on base, and ended up scoring a run. No hits, though. He goes the count 2-0 so far. We were talking about in that first game that Pitak is a strong hitter for a guy who he takes a strike there. Is a strong hitter for a guy who is a platoon player, but that really says something about the strength of Malone's outfield. That a hitter of his quality is kind of in a timeshare there. There's a lot of good players out there, and he's one of them, definitely. I'll take a strike there, and Smith battles back from a 2-0 count and evens things up here. Barker does have 1 stolen base on the year, but does not usually seem like a guy who will steal. We'll keep an eye out there, though. Pitak fouls that off to stay alive. Out of play to the right. Pitch inside to make it 3-2. P-Tech had to get out of the way of that one. And now the count is full. So we got payoff pitch coming for P-Tech and Smith. Lifts it, fly ball into the outfield. Jasek makes the catch. That one was kind of in the danger zone, but Jasek got under it quickly and made the play. Barker got a big lead. That looked like it was harder hit off the bat. Had to scramble back to first base. Did get back there safely. That's a good out for the Chargers to get one there, especially on a ball hit like that. Next up is Doran Mast. Tries to lay down a bump, but it's foul. Mast hitting .323 on the year. He did play in that first game, was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a double. So another dangerous hitter for Malone here in the 6th spot. Take a swinging strike, and Smith just pulled the chair out from under him with that sinker. No balls, 2 strikes. Fouls it off to stay alive. Another foul off, another foul ball for Mass as he's battling, trying to see if he can find a hole in the Chargers defense and get on base here with no balls and 2 strikes against him. Chopper, and Lehman tries to slide to get to first. That was a play on the run. I'm thinking that'll be a hit for Mast. We'll see how that's scored. But it just a kind of awkward grounder into a hole in the defense that was difficult for the Chargers to handle, and it works. It gets him on base. Next up is another new face for the Malone in this game. Did not play in the first game. Freshman catcher Lane Keller and he swings at the first pitch for a strike. From North Canton, Ohio, and Jackson High School, so just down the road from Malone, hometown kid in the lineup here. Next ball 1, so we're a 1-1 count here. Keller hitting .222 this year, just his 9th appearance and his 8th start for Malone. He does have 2 RBI. Take ball 2. This is a big situation for the freshman to be in with his team trailing and a couple guys on base. Definitely a chance to produce here early in his career. Smith, meanwhile, trying to see if he can get a grounder to maybe turn a double play. Strike 2. Big cut. He went down to his knees trying to get at that one, but no luck against a strong pitch from Smith. Fly ball, but it's high and straight to the right fielder, who gets under it to make the play for the second out for the Chargers. Got good contact on that, but just skied it off the top of the bat, and Turner was in position to make the play. Next up is Charlie Roberts, the 8-hole hitter for Malone. He is batting .268 on the year. Had an RBI single in that first game. Was 1 for 4 with a walk. Takes the first pitch for a ball. Ball 2. Roberts, one of several players from Louisville, Ohio on this team. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 players from Louisville High School in Louisville, Ohio. So definitely a common recruiting ground. Oh, nice pickoff move by Smith. Perazzi was creeping the second baseman, and the runner on second did not realize in time. Tried to get back to the bag, but was too late. Perazzi tagged him just before he could get out. And that is the third out and a good end to the inning for Hillsdale to kind of hold that team scoreless after giving up a couple hits. We're going to take a quick break with the Chargers leading 2-0 here as we head to the bottom of the second. Welcome back to Lending Linda Hill Stadium and TiVo Partners Field. The Chargers are ahead of Malone 2-0 in the bottom of the second inning in this doubleheader, in the second game of this doubleheader, and they are up to bat. We got 9-hole hitter Aaron Jasek due up. Finn Schmidt will continue on the mound for Malone. While we have a second, I'm going to do a quick read for one of our partners. Today's game is brought to you by Long Street Living. Long Street Living in Coldwater is your complete home solution store. We offer furniture, mattresses, flooring, blinds, countertops, cabinets, and home decor. Everything for a beautiful home, all in one place. Long Street Living, your home starts here. Now we have Jasek coming up here, a junior for the Chargers from Kalamazoo, Michigan. He was one of 3 players with a hit and scored Hillsdale's only run in that first game. He's batting .317 for the year. And again, for a 9-hole hitter, Jasek is a pretty scary 9-hole hitter for a pitcher to have to face. Fouls that one off. Certainly very capable of serving as leadoff here. Schmidt outside on that second pitch for to ball to put the count at 1-1. Ball 2. Jasek is a very multi-talented player for Hillsdale. I saw him at shortstop here. He's in the lineup. He is also a pitching option for Hillsdale. He hits that ball, and that's going to drop in between the second baseman and the right fielder for a base hit. So again, a nice hit for Jasek to get things started for the Chargers in this inning. And that will give guard Swenson a base runner to work with as he comes to the plate here for the second time today. The sophomore center fielder flied out to center field to start off the game in the first game. In the first inning, back up here takes a ball on the first pitch. Schmidt tries to pick off Jasek, but Jasek gets back in time safely. Jasek is a base stealer, 7 stolen bases on 7 attempts this year. And that is something they may be looking to run here. Try and get a guy in scoring position. Ball on the inside. Catcher manages to keep it from getting away. It's a 2-0 count now for Svensson. Skies up a ball, but this is going to be a dangerous ball. They're kind of trying to figure it out. Center fielder manages to call off the others and get underneath it. Again, that ball was kind of in no man's land, but Malone figured it out defensively to get the out, and that's going to bring up Rocco Tenuta. Tenuta was hit by a pitch in the first inning. That kind of started the run that ended with 2 Charger runs. So we'll see what he can do here with another crack at the plate. Ball outside. Tenuta, as you can see from the numbers, they're having a great year. 382, 5 home runs, 23 RBI. He had an RBI in that first game. The stats are not showing. Took a strike there. 1-1 count. Definitely a difference maker for the Chargers, who's kind of been a little bit quiet today, but you know that's not going to stay that way for long with a guy of his caliber. Trying to pick off Jasek again. I think they're really just trying. I don't know if they're trying to get him. I think they're really just trying to keep him from getting that big lead and turning a base hit into 2 bases. Oh, he's going now, but he in the dirt. The catcher gets a good throw out there to give him a shot, but Jasek is too fast for his 8th stolen base of the year, and that will give Tenuta a runner in scoring position. And as you saw with that speed there, most things in the outfield, most balls dropping in the outfield, Jasek is going to get home. Ball 3 up top. And Tenuta is going to be hunting a mistake here to try and see if he can drive one. Ball 4, and he will take that. He will take that and take that base. Keep this run going. Chargers with runners at first and second, 1 out, and Nolan Copens coming up. Again, we kind of mentioned this in the first inning. Copens has had a weird day. He's been up to bat 5 times between the first game and this game. He's made first base all 5 times, and all 5 times on walks. We'll see if that. They're going double steal, and both guys are going to get there. Jasek and Tenuta executed that perfectly, and all of a sudden the Chargers had 2 runners in scoring position. The double steal is something we see from Hillsdale from time to time, but still seems to catch teams off guard. It's a pretty bold tactic, not one you expect, and Hillsdale's really good at that. Copens with a grounder straight to the second baseman, so that will be his first time out today. But it was not all for naught, because that gets Jasek home from third for a run. Extends Hillsdale's lead to 3-0. Tenuta will advance to third. It's Will Lehman up to bat now with 2 outs and a chance to maybe add some more runs to the board for the Chargers. Ball 1. And Schmidt trying to limit the damage here again. Did a good job of it in the first inning. Trying to keep this lead from slipping away. Strike on the inside corner. And for Hillsdale, especially after watching this Malone lineup put up 14 runs in that first game, you don't want to stop at 3. You want to try and keep and put the hammer down as much as possible. Hit by pitch. Lehman will take his free base now. That'll bring up Sowers. Sowers had an RBI ground out in that first inning. Working with 2 outs here, trying to see if he can find Try to see if he can find a gap somewhere, get Tenuta home, and extend this Chargers lead. It's been a good inning for Hillsdale. He would like to make it a great one if he can. Ball high for a 1-0 count. Sauer skies it. That's going to get out of play, I think. To the left, over the left dugout. So 1 ball, 1 strike. And again, you talk about stolen bases and kind of the ability to make things happen on the base pass. I don't think you get that run without that double steal. So that could end up being a big play in the game. Fouls that one off again, backing out of play. And Tenuta especially being involved in that. That is his first stolen base of the year. Not traditionally a stolen base guy, but he can get after it when he wants. Strike 3, and they caught Sowers looking. Schmidt found the outfield corner, and that's a big third out with some threat still coming. The Chargers will get 1 in that inning, however. They lead 3-0 heading to at the top of the third. We'll be right back after a short commercial break. Welcome back, everybody. We are here at Linden Hill Stadium at TFO Partners Field. I think we talked about the first game. It is a beautiful day for baseball. We are at 70 degrees here in Hillsdale, which is, again, kind of unbelievable. It was 25 and snowing pretty hard 3 days ago, which is not unusual up here in Michigan, if you are unfamiliar, for March. But to kind of get this swing and get great baseball weather for the home opener, we're really blessed here to not have weather be a factor in this game between these two teams. Brendan Smith will continue this inning for the Chargers on the mound. He's having a good day so far through 2 innings. Charlie Roberts was up to bat in the last inning. The out was made on the base path, so he gets to come back up with a clean slate and empty bases to try and lead off this inning for Malone.
Now batting number 5, Charlie Roberts.
Smith delivers inside. Roberts gets out of the way, and will take a ball 1 to start off this half inning. Strike 1 on the outside, the upper outside corner. Is that Smith is a lefty with some movement. He can be difficult for hitters to deal with. Foul that one off, out of play to the right. He can show you a lot of different looks, and that can really challenge. I said that can really challenge a hitter when you don't know exactly where the ball is going to be, and he can throw strikes in a lot of different locations. Ball 2, kind of the holy grail for a pitcher. A lot of movement, a lot of speed, a lot of ability to vary speeds, and just the ability to locate pitches in that zone. That's what kind of every pitcher is hoping they can get. ball up, and it's gonna hang up there long enough. That was a dangerous ball on the right field line, but hung up just long enough for Turner to get under it, and that's a good first out for the Chargers. That could have been multiple bases if it had landed and bounced the wrong way. So good start, and that will bring up Robert Gumano, the ninth batter, the batter in the 9-hole for the Pioneers. Gumano had a good first game, hitting .400 now for the season after that performance in Game 1. 2 for 3 with 2 RBI in that game. And again, strike one. Those 9-hole hitters, they can be kind of weaker hitters, but not for Malone and not for Hillsdale. Got some really dangerous guys in the 9 spot for these two teams. Strike 2, swinging. Gumano took a good cut, but Smith's pitch was better. Strike 3. 3 pitches and 3 strikes, and a huge strikeout for the Chargers. As our normal announcer, Jim Measle, would say, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Now we are back to the top of the lineup, and Colin Koblenz again. He swings at the first pitch, drives it hard, and that's going to drop in. Swenson chased after it, almost made that diving play, but found a turf just in front of him, dropping in for a nice base hit for Koblenz, who continues to be red hot for the Pioneers. And that's going to bring up his cousin Shane, who also has been just on fire, hitting well over .400 this year, had a good first game in this doubleheader as well. So 2 outs. He's going to ground it straight to Rocco, and Rocco at third is going to make that easy play to Billy Perotsky for the fielder's choice and the third out. Nice work fielding there and making the right read. And that's going to get Hillsdale out of a potentially dangerous situation, preserve that 3-0 lead heading to the bottom of the third. We're going to take a quick break and be right back here with more Charger baseball. Welcome back to Linden Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field. For the bottom of the third here, the Chargers with a 3-0 lead are up to bat. Hillsdale looking a lot better in this game after a 14-1 loss in Game 1. Excuse me. Trying to even up this series and get on the board this weekend. Finn Schmidt continuing on the mound for Malone. And up to bat for Hillsdale will be Tyler Turner, who had a RBI single in his first at-bat of the day. He's having a solid doubleheader so far. He's one of 3 Chargers with a hit in that first game. Nothing flashy from Tyler. He just produces pretty consistently. That's been his MO this year, hitting over 300. And he'll try and get the Chargers started in this inning. Takes a ball on the first pitch. Strike on the inside. Turner did not like that call, did not feel it was super different from the previous pitch. Umpire disagreed. Ball outside. Turner's been a quality player for the Chargers for a while now. Started his career at second base as Hillsdale brought some really talented infielders in. He's flexed out to right field. Ball 3 there. Done a really solid job making that transition and being a quality player out in right field, and his bat has really come to life this season. Ball 4 on the inside, and he will walk here. Great way to start the inning for the Chargers with a leadoff walk, and that will bring Weehee back up for his second at-bat. The freshman got on, was hit by a pitch, I believe, in that first inning. Yes. Oh, and ropes a single up the middle into center field. First pitch, no hesitation. And a good start for Hillsdale this inning. 2 on, no outs. And Paratsky coming up.
Now batting the second baseman, number 18, Billy Paratsky.
Paratsky, started almost every game last year at second base as a freshman, all-conference player. And he's continued to play really well this season. Off to a solid start again. He'll lay down a bunt. I thought it got out of the box, but it looked like it just clipped the edge of the box there, so it'll be a foul ball. That looked like a really nicely laid down bunt. And again, Paratsky and Jasek, those are 2 of those guys that, and it looks like we're having a little bit of a discussion here between Malone coach Tom Crank and the umpire. I think they're checking to see if Paratsky was out of the box, maybe. Going to discuss with the umpire and the bases, trying to call here. Paratsky and Jasek, when they bunt, it's not necessarily just sacrificing, giving himself up. So no change here. It looks like they're saying he was in the box. So 0 balls, 1 strike. But yeah, Paratsky and Jasek they're not just guys who are, when they're bunting, they're sacrificing, they're giving themselves up. They have multiple bunt singles on their career. These are 2 guys who are very capable of getting to first, laying down a bunt. Keeping things on offense. Ropes it up the middle, right by the pitcher. And he's going to bobble it out there. That's not going to matter to the play because Turner was already around third and headed home. So he's going to score no problem. That is another run for the Chargers, RBI for Paratsky, and they will have runners at first and second still with 1 out in this inning, looking to pour it on here. And we're going to have a mound meeting here. Looks like that Malone had some guys warming out in the bullpen. I think this might be a pitching change, all she wrote for Schmidt. Yep, and we're going to have a new pitcher for Malone coming in here to finish out the 3rd inning. Waiting to see the reliever here coming in. Get our number. We will let you know his details. Just waiting to see that number. It's a good situation for Hillsdale to be at, only with no outs and runners on second and third. Sorry, runners on first and second. That is a 37 or a 57? 37. That is Gage Farraguna, Jr. from Willoughby, Ohio, and Lake Catholic. He is, let's see here, this is his 6th appearance straight reliever for the Pioneers. 10.80 ERA. Giving up 10 earned runs on the year, 6 strikeouts, 5 walks. Teams have had success against him hitting the ball, but he's also gotten out of some jams as well. He's not recorded a loss yet this year. So we'll see what he can do. Definitely a tough situation to come in with no outs, 2 guys on, and needing to really hold this lead where it's at. You do not want to get too far behind, even with the offense Malone has. When you start getting 6, 7, 8 run deficits, that gets really difficult really fast. So really imperative he comes out confident here. Got Aaron Jasek coming up to bat for the Chargers. Had a hit in the second to start kind of the rally there. And we'll see what he can do. This is honestly a pretty obvious bunt situation. And we kind of mentioned that Jasek has that speed and that bunting ability where he's not necessarily just laying down a sacrifice. He can absolutely, gets a foul ball and fouls it up, but straight back, so no chance of a pop foul out there. Good fortune for Jasek there. He will live to fight another day. Ball outside, that gets away, and the runners will advance on a wild pitch. So we have runners at the scoring position. So no need now for Jasek to try to bunt to advance the runners. They are in scoring position. He went around, but Jasek went around and could not get a hold of the pitch. So that is a strike 2. 1-2 count now. Farraguna trying to work his way out of a jam that he inherited from Schmidt. Ball high. Jasek held back there, and it was a good call. 2-2 now on the count. Big fly ball, center fielder going back the track. He'll get under it for the out, but they're going to try and advance the runners here. Weehee safely across home plate on the sac fly, and Porotsky will advance to third with 1 out. That will bring up the leadoff batter, Guard Swenson. Hillsdale now up 5-0. With Swenson coming back to the plate. He's 0 for 2 today, but some would say that makes him due, especially with the way he's batted coming into this contest. Strike 1 right down the pipe. It's a good start for Farraguna. Swenson fouls it off. Sharply hit foul ball out of play to the left. Hillsdale with a 5-0 lead now. Would love to add to it. Swenson here trying to get Porotsky home from third. That was a brave take by Swenson, and the right call to make it 1-2. Just outside on the top corner there. Swenson ropes one all the way into the gap, but it hangs up just long enough for the left fielder to get under it. That was Roberts. Still a sac fly that will score Perotsky and make it 6-0 Chargers. And that will bring up Rocco Tenuta with 2 outs, bases empty, and Hillsdale now with a 6-0 lead. See if Tenuta can get the cycle started again for the Chargers offense. Ball high. Tenuta walked his first time up. Scored a run. So he's been part of this offense today, still looking for his first hit of the doubleheader. He was also hit by a pitch, ball 2. So even though he hasn't gotten hit in this game, he's been a tough out. He's got on base and done his job. Malone, Farraguna brings the fastball, and Tenuta fouls it off out of play to the right. Strike 2 just caught the upper right corner there for Farraguna. Chopper over the pitcher's head. Second baseman charging, trying to get there in time, and he will. Just barely makes that throw. Great play by the second baseman to get under it and get it to the first baseman in time for the out. That looked like it could have been a base hit, but Koblenz got the job done at second to end the inning. Not before the Chargers plate 3. They'll take a 6-0 lead heading in the top of the 4th. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back. We are looking live at Linden Glendale Stadium, T-Mobile Partners Field for the top of the 4th inning. Brennan Smith still on the mound for the Chargers. He's playing well, giving up just 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, no walks, and no runs allowed through 3. And his team has staked him a pretty big lead. So we'll see if we can kind of keep it going here. Another quality start for the sophomore this year so far. Malone trying to get things going offensively. They had 14 runs in that first game. Still looking for their first here. And they will lead off with Riley Tyna. Tyna again was a big star for the Pioneers in that first game with 3 hits. But he did not reach base his first time up. Looking to change things here. And he ropes one into left field for a base hit, first pitch. And that could be the jump start. Yeah. And that could be the jump start the Pioneers need offensively. That will bring up Jake Barker, first baseman. Again, he did not play in the first game. He had a nice single in his first at-bat in this one. Try to see if he can get on base here. Chops one up, and that's straight to the second baseman. And he will, for the double play, easy 4-3. And that's a huge hold for the Chargers. Go from no one out, 1 on to 2 outs and no one on. That's a good defensive play, and that will certainly give Smith some peace with the way his defense is playing behind them. Ethan Petak up now for the Pioneers. Inside, and he has to duck out of the way there for ball one. Ball two. Ball three. So Smith is going to have to work his way back here. We'll see if Petak is taking all the way. Definitely, and Smith will get that in there for a strike. 3-1 the count now. Chops one up to the second baseman, and that is an easy play for Porotsky, who had a really good inning here. Connects with Lehman again for the third out. Chargers hold the Pioneers scoreless again for another inning. They'll take a 6-0 lead and be back up at the bat in the bottom of the fourth. We will take a quick break and be right back. Welcome back to Linden Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field. We're getting pretty deep into the second game here. Hillsdale holding a 6-run lead, 6-0. They've scored in every inning so far. Back up to bat in the bottom of the fourth with Nolan Copens, the freshman at the plate to lead things off. Copens has walked his first 5 times up today, including that first game. He had a ground out for an RBI in the most recent inning, in his most recent appearance earlier in this one. Gage Farraguna continuing for Malone. He came in the last inning, inherited kind of a bit of a messy situation. This time he kind of gets a chance to roll out there with a clean slate, bases empty, and see what he can do. We've got Copens up to bat here, Chargers. Again, this is a 6-run lead, so it looks pretty safe. But remember, Malone did have 14, including a 9-run inning in that first game. So the Chargers be behooved to kind of add more, and Copens with great contact, but right at the second baseman, and he takes care of the line out to record the first out of the inning. Will Lehman now up for the Chargers. He walked in his first plate appearance earlier today. Still looking for his first hit of the twin bill. Takes a strike for on the first pitch he sees. Ball high, evens the count 1-1. Farraguna gets Lehman to swing there for the second strike. Lehman realized after he'd started his swing that was not going to be in the zone, but just too late to pull back. Outside for 2-2. Shadows creeping in a little bit here, kind of putting the batter in the shade. Going to make things a little bit more difficult for the batter with the change in lighting here. Fouled off by Lehman. That mid-afternoon sun is creeping back behind us in the press box here. Weather, however, remains beautiful. Couldn't ask for better on a day like today. Ball 3 inside, and Lehman facing a full count here. Lehman with a big cut, but Farragut blows it by him for his first strikeout of the game. 2 outs now for the Chargers with Tyler Sowers coming up to bat. Number 5 hitter for the Chargers. 0 for 2 so far in this game. Sharp contact, ground ball straight at the shortstop, and he'll make the play to first for the final out of the inning. Chargers go down in order 1, 2, 3 to keep the score at 6-0 entering the top of the 5th. We'll be back shortly after this commercial break. Welcome back to Glen Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field. We're cruising along here in Game 2. Brennan Smith back on the mound for the top of the 5th inning. He's been electric so far for the Chargers. Had a rough Game 1, lost 14-1. Smith has really picked things up for Hillsdale in Game 2. Scoreless through 4 innings. It's looking very comfortable on the mound. But that always dangerous Malone offense, he can't get too complacent here. He will try to get through another inning here in this frame. He is facing Doran Mast, the shortstop, who is batting 6th. He has 1 of the 4 hits on the game. Kind of hit his first time up. Smith has been very efficient. He's only used 55 pitches at this point. Looking really good to go deep in this game if he can continue to pitch at the level he has been. And his defense can keep making outs behind him. Ball just a bit outside off the plate on the first pitch there. Sharply hit into right field, but Turner is under it to make the play. A nice fly out to start the inning for Smith. Said he's been very efficient today. Has not used a lot of pitches. And that brings up Keller, the catcher, the freshman catcher, who did not play in the first game. 0 for 1 so far in this one. Strike 1. Nice pitch on the bottom corner of the strike zone. Foul ball back, and that's 0-2 count now for Keller. That hits the top of the roof. First time that's happened today, I believe, which is kind of crazy. Usually you expect to hear that happen a lot, but most of our foul balls have been to the right or to the left out of play. We haven't had a ton straight back. Ball 2 high. Ball 1 high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Just trying to throw something that maybe gets Keller to chase. Maybe gets that second out for cheap without having to put something in the strike zone. Nice pitch straight at Rocco, and Rocco just can't quite handle it. That's going to get Keller to first. I'm thinking that is probably going to be scored in error, yes.
Number 5, Charlie Roberts.
Charlie Roberts now up to bat for Malone with a base runner on. And we'll see if that error ends up being impactful in this inning. Straight at second base, nope. It will not be impactful because that is a 4-6-3 double play that retires both runners and gets and that should be the third out of the inning. That should be the third out, I believe. No, it's down at 7. Yep. Oh, safe at first. He was safe at first. Not a double play. So a fielder's choice there. Still continuing the inning. Great base running actually by Roberts there to beat that out. That looked like he was dead to rights. Gumano has 1 strike against him. He's now up to bat, 9-hole hitter for Malone. Again, good job by Roberts there. Strike 2, and that's why as an announcer you should never assume. Sometimes guys are just that fast, and they can beat that out. So give him a lot of credit there. Gumano down 0-2 though. Ball 1, so 1-2 count now. We'll see with the score at 6-0. I don't know if they would try to steal with Roberts here. He's 4 for 5 on the season. Ball 2 for Smith. It doesn't look like this deep in the count. They'd probably go for it. And I don't know that you want to risk that out when you need this many runs. But certainly an option there. Roberts is fast enough if they want it. Ball 3. To a full count. 2 outs, so Roberts will be going no matter what, and we'll see what happens at the plate here. Ball 4. Mono battles all the way back and gets on base. And that may be the start of something brewing here for Malone. And you remember back to that error at the start of the inning. Sometimes those errors, you don't want to give a good team 4 outs. Often they will make you pay. And the Chargers have got to kind of buckle down and get out of this inning. Colin Koblenz, very dangerous hitter, back up to the top of the lineup here for Malone. He chops that one foul down into the right field foul area. So he's down 0-1 early here. Ball 1 for Smith. Looked like he just missed the top outside corner. Inside pitch. Koblenz wanted to go but held off, and that was a wise choice there. That was not in the strike zone. And that makes 2 balls, 1 strike. Smith calls time here. Looked like the pitch clock didn't get reset. It was running down. Smart usage there to avoid a ball 3 by the pitcher. Koblenz with a big hack, but can't keep it fair. That went deep into foul territory, out of play. And there's two potential runs on the bases there, and that would definitely change the complexion of this game if Koblenz can find some turf here. Ball 3, that was close. It looked like he just set up outside, trying to bait the umpire, but the umpire wasn't buying it. Oh, so full count now. High leverage out here for. Oh, and he hit him. It's a good battle, but in the end, Koblenz will take his base and load the bases here. We're going to have a short mound meeting here. Looks like some action in Hillsdale's bullpen. We got Patrick McLean, one of Hillsdale's top relievers, warming up. At this point, though, I think the Chargers would prefer to get out of this inning and keep Smith in the game. But they're going to have to get out Shane Koblenz, and he has been a tough out this year. 426 entering this game. 0 for 2 so far. However, in this one, and did not mention it with Colin Koblenz, but we are now facing that 3rd time through as Smith gets a strike. And if you are a fan of Major League Baseball, that's kind of the magic number for when you're going through that order the 3rd time. Things get a lot tougher. Ball 1, hitters start catching up with you. They start becoming familiar with your pitches. And so that's where you really have to dig in as a pitcher and battle, and that's what Smith is kind of trying to do here. See if he can get this out and keep the game scoreless. And sort of keep the 6-run lead. Koblenz fouls out to right. Smith has run into a little bit of trouble here, but it's been a really good outing for him overall. Ball 2, that looked just a little bit high. Very close to a strike zone there. 2-2 count now. Into the middle, and that is off the fence. Really hard hit ball to right field. That is going to score. That is going to score 3, a bases clearing double, and all of a sudden, Malone has new life. That will cut Hillsdale's lead in half, 6-3. And Shane Koblenz with another big hit to make this game interesting. I just got word. I was incorrect. This game is also 7 innings, so that does increase the urgency for Malone here. As Riley Tyna takes strike 1, because they only have 7 outs to work with to try and overturn this lead, not 13. Ball one there. And ball one there. And 1-1 is the count now. So yeah, this being a 7-inning game and not 9 like I originally thought does change the strategy quite a bit here. Malone now has a lot more pressure on them to try and cash in this run at second. Well hit ball by Tyna, and that's going to drop in. He's going. We'll see. There's going to be a play. Nope, it's cut off, and that scores Koblenz from second. That base hit to left field, and that will add another run to Malone's total, 6-4. And Tom Basella, the Chargers coach, is coming out to make a pitching change here. It looks like they'll be bringing in senior pitcher Patrick McLean from Birmingham Brother Rice. One of only the only senior on Hillsdale's roster. So Patrick McLean is one of Hillsdale's top relievers on the season. He's got a 1.80 ERA in 5 appearances, 1-1 record, a save for the Chargers. He's pitched 15 innings with 15 strikeouts and 11 walks. 3 earned runs given up on the season. So definitely the bullpen arm you want to turn to if you are Tom Basella with this kind of a lead. And we will see if he can kind of finish out this game for the Chargers. You know, he is not your typical closer. He's not a 1-inning guy. He is very capable of multi-inning appearances. Definitely a workhorse for the Chargers in the bullpen, as well as a high leverage guy. And he will get the call here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th and a runner on first and a 2-run lead for the Chargers. And to lead off the inning, and now up to bat. Sorry, not to lead off the inning. We got a pitching change here. Up to bat is number 7, Jake Barker. 1 for 2 on the game here, and he represents the tying run for Malone right now. He'll take a strike as a Patrick McLean gets to work quickly for the Chargers. Strike 2 as Barker fouls that off. McLean is bringing the heat here. A couple of fastballs right away. Ball low. It's a 1-2 count. Runner going, Tyna. But it does not matter because that was strike 3. And that will end the inning. So a big moment for Patrick McLean to come in there and get the Chargers out of a jam, preserve that 2-run lead. Hillsdale will be up to bat in the bottom of the 5th. We'll be right back here in a second. back to Linda Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field, as this second game of our doubleheader today has gotten very interesting into the last half inning. Hillsdale was kind of cruising with a 6-0 lead, but the Pioneers' offense comes to life, puts up 4 runs in with 2 outs in the top of the 5th, and now all of a sudden we have a 6-4 ball game with in this 7-inning contest. Chargers are going back to work here. Tyler Turner, the 6th hitter, the number 6 hitter, will take a step into the box first, facing Gage Farraguna, who continues for Malone on the mound. Turner has walked once and has an RBI single. He'll take ball 1. Farraguna has been pretty impressive in this relief outing. 1 strikeout, 2 full innings, no earned runs, no hits. He's doing quality work on the bump for Malone, and Turner will chop that one to the shortstop, who will pick that up and make the play on the run to the first baseman for the first out of the inning. Ryan Weehee up to bat now for the Chargers. He's been hit by a pitch once, and he has a single as well. And here now trying to get things started for the Chargers with 1 out. Ball 1 high for Farraguna. Chargers would like to add to their lead here if they can. Ball 2. And yeah, Farraguna has really come on and quieted things down for Malone. They gave up 6 runs in those first 3 innings. He has steadied the ship. Weehee ropes one down the left field line. That's going all the way to the fence, and he is going to cruise into second for a double. Great job by Weehee to kind of kick things off. That's his second hit of the game. The Chargers are back in business offensively with Billy Perotsky coming up to bat. Billy Perotsky 1 for 2 in the game so far. And this would be a big hit if he can get it out into the outfield turf for the Chargers, who are trying to get a split today after a 14-1 loss in the first game of the doubleheader. Perotsky goes after the first pitch and fouls it off right. Single up the middle for Perotsky into center field. That's going to score Weehee from second, and that's a big insurance run for the Chargers as Perotsky comes through in the clutch. And that'll bring up Aaron Jasek, the number 9 hitter, as Hillsdale looks to add to this lead. 7-4 now in the bottom of the 5th. Farraguna tries to see if he can catch Perotsky napping at first, but Perotsky gets back safely. No dice on the pickoff attempt. Farraguna will turn his attention back to Jasek. Perotsky going. Oh, and he's going to be out, unfortunately. Great throw by the catcher, Keller. Caught Perotsky attempting to steal. His throw was on the money. And that is the second out for the Chargers. And now Jasek will go to bat with the bases empty. 1-1 is the count. High fly ball. kind of drifting to foul territory, and the catcher, Keller, having a good inning, will make the catch. And in the inning, that's the third out. But the Chargers do get one across, get one of those runs back to take a 7-4 lead into the top of the sixth. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Lending Glenda Hill Stadium and TFO Partners Field. We're in an exciting one here with as we enter the top of the sixth with 2 innings to go. The Chargers have a 7-4 lead. Patrick McClain, one of their top relievers, on the mound, trying to close this out and get the Chargers a split today. But Malone is making a hard charge here. They were down 6-0, played 4 runs at the top of the fifth. And they are making a hard charge here. 14. They won the first game 14-1. Would love to get a sweep, but Hillsdale's going to do everything in their power to keep that from happening. So should be a really exciting finish here. McClain has been the money guy in the bullpen for the Chargers this year. Senior leader. And the person they want in these situations. So you have to feel a little bit confident about that if you're Tomasella and the coaching staff over on the bench, but you just never know with these Malone bats. Petak up again for Malone. He is 0 for 2 today in the second game. Takes a ball inside for the first pitch. Malone has 6 outs to work with here to try and overturn this lead. As Petak takes a second ball on the inside. This is a big day for Malone. They kind of had a tough series last week. Only won 1 of 4 games at Finley. As Petak fouls off that ball for making a 2-1 count. Took one of those 4 games at Finley. Kind of soured a little bit that strong 10-4 start they had. Looked great earlier this afternoon, a 14-1 win. They could come from behind and get a second win here, get back to 500 in the conference. That'd be a big statement for this team heading into Saturday with 2 more against the Chargers. McClain inside on that one. So it's a 3-1 count now. Petak just trying to find his way on. Getting that leadoff man on is so important when you're in these late game situations and you're trailing. Strike right down the middle, 3-2 to set up a payoff pitch here. And yeah, Petak at this point will take it any way he can get it. Hits it hit ball into center field, but it hangs up too long, and Swenson will make the catch. That's a big out to lead off this inning for the Chargers. McClain continuing to get the job done for Hillsdale. Mast up now for Malone. He has a single in this game. Did very well in that first game. As he takes strike 1. 3 for 5 on the day, 2 RBIs if you include that first game. Swing, strike 2. And McClain is way ahead now, trying to cash this out, get 1 out closer to sealing this victory for the Chargers. Looks like Mass will call timeout here. Get back after it. Mass stays alive, fouls off a strike down the middle of the zone. Ball the outside. McLean trying to get him to chase a little bit here. Mass wasn't biting. 1-2 count now. McLean with a fastball. Mass fouls it off, stay alive. This is quite a battle here. Contact down the right field line, but Williamson has it at first base, and he'll run it over unassisted for the out. Ground ball with some heat on it, but it was straight at Lehman. He did not miss the play. So that's a big second out for the Chargers. Keller now up. Keller had two big defensive plays in that last inning that, as Hillsdale was looking to reestablish an insurmountable lead. We'll see if he can do something here offensively to help his team as well. Swinging strike at that first pitch. Ball high for to make it count 1-1. Ball two, gets away from the catcher, but no harm with no base runners. So we'll reset here. Strike two. Nice movement on that pitch by McLean. Keller laid off thinking it was out of the zone. Ball. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So we are full count now. Keller trying to keep this rally going, see if they can claw another run or two back, or even overturn the lead before heading into the 7th. But he can't catch up to that fastball. McLean blows it by him. And that will end the inning. Good stuff from McLean to keep the Chargers ahead. We are heading to the bottom of the 6th. We'll be right back in a second. Welcome back to Linden-Glendale Stadium, TFO Partners Field. We're getting in the late stages of this game with Hillsdale holding a 7-4 lead over Malone. Pioneers trying to hold the Chargers to this 3-run advantage with one more chance to bat at the top of the 7th. Barraguna still on the mound for Malone. He's had a solid outing in relief, but he did give up that 1 run in the last inning that's allowed Hillsdale to grow its advantage. So he'll try and keep Malone in this one here. As we, with just one more chance to bat for the Pioneers. Up for Hillsdale, meanwhile, is the leadoff man, Guard Swenson. 0-2 so far today, but one of his outs did produce an RBI. So he has made an impact for the Chargers offensively in this one. Looking to kind of start something here, see if Hillsdale can add to their lead and pull away here to try and force a split in this doubleheader. Strike inside for Farraguna. Up 0-1 on Swenson. Sharply hit ball, second baseman fields it and gets it to first base for the out. So one down for the Pioneers. With Rocco Tenuta coming up to the plate, number 2 hitter for the Chargers. He has a walk in this game, and he's made an out. Scored a run on that walk. Ball inside. Tenuta leans out of the way to avoid it. Ball up high. Tenuta is Tenuta up 2-0 in this count. Sky is a ball in the foul territory. Third baseman will get under it for the out. Nolan Copin's now coming to play for the Chargers with 2 outs. Is 0 for 2 with a walk today. He has 5 walks on the day, including the first game. Trying to see if he can get on base here for a 6th time in this doubleheader. Ball inside. Strike 1. They're going to put it down the heart of the plate. Nice fastball. Ball outside. 2-1 count now for Copins. Foul ball. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Copins trying to make something happen here with 2 outs. Fouls that pitch off, out of play, into the left. Staying alive here, working the count. Strike 3 looking, and Farraguna will work a scoreless 6th to keep keep Malone's hope intact. They're the final inning trailing 7-4. And as we hit the top of the seventh, we'll be right back. Welcome back to London Glen Hill Stadium at TFO Partners Field for the final inning of this one. We have a new pitcher on the mound for the Chargers, Josh Novak. Redshirt sophomore from Andover, Minnesota, and Andover High School. He leads the Chargers in saves this year with 6 appearances. This will be his 7th. 6.75 ERA, 6 strikeouts, 4 walks. And he's had a good season. His first 2 years heavily compromised by injury. Really didn't get a chance to play much at all. But now that he's healthy, he's been a factor for the Chargers in the bullpen. Definitely a guy they trust in a situation like this. And that 6.75 ERA is misleading. He's had several shutdown outings. See if he can hold off the Pioneers one more time and finish out a win for the Chargers here. Up for Malone is the number 8 hitter, Charlie Roberts, 0 for 2 today, but does have a run scored. Malone is going 8-9-1, and especially with the day the top of Malone's order has had, the Chargers really want to get these first 2 outs here. And be pitching to the top of the order for Malone with the bases clear and 1 out away. We'll see, here comes Novak. Sophomore delivers a fastball with some heat on it right by Roberts for strike 1. Fouls off that pitch, and Novak is ahead 0-2. We talk about in these scenarios where you're trying to come from behind, that leadoff runner is so important, kind of for both teams. Getting him out or getting him on, that can be the difference in a lot of games. Novak bounces the pitch in the dirt for ball 1. Roberts trying to get things started for the Pioneers. Swings and a miss. Big strikeout for Novak, who brought the heat on that one. That's a big first out for the Chargers. 2 outs away now from this victory, with Robert Gumano coming up. And Gumano has been a thorn in Hillsdale's side today. He's got a walk. He had a great first game. Hitting 400 right now for the season. Very dangerous 9-hole hitter, and one that Novak is going to go after. Ball low. Strike 1. He chased after that fastball, but Novak just had too much speed on that. Fouls it off. Straight back to the backstop. 1 ball, 2 strikes now Novak ahead, looking to try and get Gumano out and move one out away from securing this victory. Ball low. 2-2 count now. This would be Novak's third save of the season if he was able to finish it off. His third save in the last 2 weeks. Actually, he had 2 saves in that Thomas More series last weekend. Ball 3. Wow, fouls off to stay alive. 3-2 count. Another foul off as Gumano continues to fight. High drama here in Hillsdale. Chargers trying to split this doubleheader after a 14-1 loss in the first game of today. Improved to 4-2 in conference play. Malone trying to come back and get back to 500, 3-3 in the league. And Gumano draws a walk. That gives Malone a base runner with one of their big hitters, freshman Colin Koblenz, coming to the plate. This is a tough guy for the Chargers to see. He's had a great season and a great day so far, hitting .333. Novak low for ball 1. Strike 1, big cut by Koblenz, but could not catch up to Novak's pitch. Fouled off by Koblenz. Went down to one knee trying to swing at it. 2 strikes, no balls. Novak way ahead. And he is throwing hard right now. Big hold for Koblenz for ball 1. That looked like one he was very tempted to swing at, but he wisely held he wisely held. Sorry, 2-2 count. The umpire is signaling. Ball 3 just outside. It's 3-2 count. Payoff pitch to a dangerous hitter. Fouls it back. Here we go, another high leverage pitch in this battle. Got him, swing and a miss. Huge strikeout for Novak. Chargers are 1 out away after that big strikeout. Shane Koblenz now up to bat for the Pioneers. hitting .426 on the season. This is who they want in a situation like this at the plate. Strike one, swinging strike. But I feel like Novak is who the Chargers would want in this situation as well, if they had to choose. So this is really a battle of strength on strength here to decide this game. Ball one. Count is now 1-1. Fly ball in the foul territory. Will that get out? That will, just over the fence. Copeland stays alive by the slimmest of margins. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Malone down to their last out and their last strike, trying to rally here with their big gun at the plate, Shane Koblenz, trying to see if he can make something happen to extend this game. He got him. Got him looking. Beautiful pitch by Josh Novak on the outside corner to strike out Shane Koblenz and get the victory for the Chargers, 7-4 in 7 innings. It's a big rally for the Chargers after losing the first game 14-1 to come back and get the split and head into tomorrow with 2 more games on tap against Malone, looking to still try and take the series here. Pitching decisions here. Brendan Smith had a solid 4 innings, ran into a little trouble in the 5th, but he will still get the win here. Go to 2-2 on the season. 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 2/3 innings pitched. And Josh Novak with the save, struck out the side in the final inning to record the victory and to secure the victory for the Chargers and get his 3rd save of the season. Finn Schmidt took the loss for Malone, went 2 innings, 2 strikeouts, 4 walks. Gage Farraguna solid in relief for Malone, 4 innings with 2 strikeouts as well. Batting stars in this game: Billy Perotsky, 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Ryan Weehee was 2 for 2, 2 runs scored. Several other players with RBIs for the Chargers in a real team effort. Shane Koblenz for Malone had a bases clearing double. Riley Tyna, who had a great doubleheader with 2 hits and an RBI as well. That's all for today. Pioneers are now 12-8, 2-4 in the league. Hillsdale improves to 8-11, 4-2 in GMAC play. The 2 teams will be back in the mix tomorrow, starting at noon with a 7-inning contest, and then a 9-inning to finish off the series immediately following. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Weather looks pretty good for tomorrow as well. Hopefully we can get another day like today and have more great baseball here in Hillsdale, Michigan. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you again soon.